Are we live? And we are live. Welcome, 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 welcome. Ah, I said welcome. No. So it looks as though a cargo ship that refused to comply got turned into dog shit. What the fuck is wrong with my camera? Yeah, so an Iranian cargo ship has been blasted to shit because they would not comply. Damn, I got something in my eye. Would not comply. So that's in the news today. This is the big April 19th thing, I would assume. This big boat getting blasted to smithereens in Iran because they wouldn't comply for 8 hours. Yeah, it's pretty wild and crazy stuff going on, folks. Wild. The New World Order. Ah, what the fuck? The New World Order. We're seeing it on the big screen, live in effect. Well, it's not live, but let's see here. Okay. Yes. I am not a very organized person, but I have. Why does everybody keep coming and going? What the fuck do you expect from me, motherfuckers? Jesus Christ. I'm just trying to sit here and chill and discuss some shit. Uh, Obviously my channel is shadow banned. Shadow banned. I'm playing cards with half a hand. Uh, okay, so I would say this is some pretty breaking news here. I mean, here's another one. They're trying to they for 8 hours they were telling this ship to stop moving, and the ship didn't stop moving, and so they turned it into no, they obliterated it. As you can see by this other video here, obliteration. This is a Iranian cargo ship that decided to not comply for 8 hours. Oops. Let me just post this real quick. Oh, god damn it. That's not the button I pushed. Okay, yeah, so lots of, I would say this is the April 19th event that was the big April 19th event that everybody speculates every April 19th. Uh, okay, sorry, I'm just, multitasking here. Multitasking. Yeah, so this Iranian cargo ship, who knows what was on it, but it got blown to smithereens. Uh, American flagged oil tanker was allegedly struck by. Oh, damn it, I'm fucking retarded. I said that the complete opposite. That was an American tanker. I'm retarded. So Iran has attacked an American tanker that was going through the Strait of Hormuz. So that means definitely that World War III is probably definitely well, what U.S. forces operating in Arabian Sea enforced naval blockade measures against Iranian flagged cargo vessel attempting to sail toward an Iranian port. But wait. Tauska's crew. Okay, so never mind. I think I. This is destroyers. Wait. Okay, so why does this say. Why does Iran live feed promoting. Okay, Okay, so yeah, never. The first put. Why is this guy saying it weird on this Iran post? Is he fucking retarded? Struck by Iranian missiles. Then this says Iranian flag cargo ship. Why is this allowed? 900 feet long wing, almost as much as aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not. Okay, so yeah, so this Iran poster is fucking an idiot. I mean, this one says the total opposite. What the fuck's going on here? Like fucking is everybody retarded? This makes me want a cigarette. I better smoke a joint instead. Yep, World War III. Well, these aren't part of the. This is what I was looking for right here. Well, that's already the main thing that I was looking for. How's everybody doing tonight? Tonight I figured I would discuss some Illuminati stuff, the history, the timeline, etc. Uh, Illuminati, Illuminati, Illuminati. So, I mean, I went over a lot of history about the subject, but that's just But so okay, so Waysop. Well, I've talked about this ad infinitum. I don't know if let me just kind of add it all up here. So Jacob Boehm, 1500s, Adam or Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1774s, writing about illuminism. Cagliostro, 1770s, I think, 1790s. Waysop's in his clique moves to Bavaria. Meanwhile, other parts of it, such as Barul, and they spread the Illuminism elsewhere. That what they created was a system. Damn, I need to take this shit off the screen. I can't think here. Fucking what they created was a system of indoctrination, which they would use to subvert everything they could possibly subvert. Religions, masonry, etc., etc. You would read World Revolution, you'll see that the Illuminati subverted the Masonic lodges. That the well, there's a lot going on with that. Even that freeze again, motherfucker. What they were doing was channeling or transmuting people's beliefs so that they can control them. Brainwashing, hypnosis, subtle hypnotic suggestion through various stories and passion plays of gods and all this. The Illuminists seem to have been proprietors of orgiastic insanity and worshipping the senses as God, and that their goal of destroying all kings and nations and religions was not one that was exaggerated. This is what their toxic fucking garbage perpetuates. This is why Al Gore blamed global warming on Christianity. Because he's an illuminist. They want to get rid of religions. They want to make all the religions clash with each other. It's like that part in Dennis Cuddy's article last night. He brings up a book from 1890 discussing Albert Pike's letter, and that Albert Pike was an Illuminati. His letter used the word Nazi almost 40 years before the word Nazi was used in the public. Over 40 years. This brings about something that is not recognized. You know what they say in the hood? Recognize, motherfucker. Recognize. Uh, yeah, I used to fucking be like, oh, recognize, motherfucker. Don't look at me. Look at the ground, bitch. You don't know me. Yeah, I used to be an asshole. Uh, much, much nicer now. Much, much nicer. Yeah, one time I was being harassed by a pig. I told him to look at the fucking ground. Don't look at me, you fucking slave. Fucking, he was very upset. I didn't mean to be so rude, but he was being an asshole, so I figured I'd be an asshole back. Normally, I'm very polite. This was over 15 years ago. The, what was I getting at? These illuminists. You know, you can tell somebody's got that look in their eye when they're thinking they be believing in something. You know, belief is a powerful thing. People do vast, insane, stupid things for their beliefs. The Illuminati knew that. They knew it because they could already see the hustle of the churches playing the minds of the sheeple. So they wanted to have their own play. They wanted to get their own honey pot. And it turned from one group claiming they would liberate us from a dictator of religion, etc., kings, monarchies, to the Illuminati. Oh, we're gonna set you free and brainwash you into all sorts of fucking stupid shit. Create doctrines that go against every premise of what your country was based on. The Constitution, rights. Ask any one of those fucking Marxists where they can list where the rights are for the individual in any of their fucking communist, socialist fucking bullshit. Because they can't. Because there is none. What's going on, Gene Spliced? Well, I just, there was some kind of tanker in the Strait of whatever it's called that got, obliterated on 419. Which that could be, what makes Iran go bye bye. See ya. Bye, Iran. See ya. Nice knowing you, you piece of shit. Fuck you, Iran. Uh, fucking Iran. It's been in the news for the last fucking 30, 40 years. You know, they're fucking pumping that fucking oil out of the ground like it's fucking water and making everybody pay for it. Vast sums of money. These rich fucking desert people getting rich off their fucking asses. The whole world fucking waiting for them to fucking dish out a little oil. imagine if somebody had a store or something that. Yeah, I believe in capitalism, but when but see, it all turns into a different thing because this isn't about because the UN won't even let us drill our own fucking oil in our own country. The UN won't let us fucking harvest our raw materials in our own fucking goddamn country. And so this inorganic hostility between these fucking oil rich countries begins because they sit there and fucking think they can hoard it all. And then all these people create laws to force people to buy it from them and fucking you know, all of this stuff going on. Just imagine the world if the strong were to hold the ball. The strong were to do what they want and to do what was they thought was right. I'm talking about with world affairs. All this oil, these people hoarding the oil. There should have been fucking. They should have invaded Iran fucking 50 years ago and said, "Fuck you, we're taking it." That's all there is to it. Because we got the power. If we're gonna go invade some country, we might as well just go do whatever the fuck we want. Talking about the worldwide, our country. It's like if Mexico wants to be a piece of shit, our country should have invaded Mexico quite some time ago, taken all those cartel and fucking thrown them in the deepest, darkest fucking prison on the fucking planet. Let them rot like little bitches. People walking around thinking they're tough because they got a fucking tattoo on their face. It just means they're a fucking idiot. It doesn't mean they're tough. People, all these fucking little bitch ass fucking these little wannabe thugs and shit. Fuck them. They're little bitches. Fucking ring them out like a little fucking bitch. Uh, you know, fucking motherfuckers thinking they're bad and stuff. Fucking, I've seen motherfuckers get shooken out like a bitch. Fucking crying like a bitch. Motherfuckers. Fucking I don't know what the fuck I'm going on about. You know, it just pisses me off all these little fucking pussy ass little bitch Marxists. Little fucking string bean arms, fucking talking shit. You know, these little fucking idiots, all these fucking, the whole media is in total denial that these fucking Marxist pieces of shit are committing more heinous crimes than anybody in this country. That's the universal thing that these fucking criminals are all, fucking criminal pieces of shit. And the media sitting there trying to paint everything this and that. Oh, it's always the opposite. It's like bullshit. That Luigi fuckface was never a fucking was a fucking Marxist the whole time. Nobody writes anti-capitalist. Nobody writes anti-capitalist in their fucking Twitter profile if they're not a fucking Marxist. That motherfucker's a Marxist. Fucking just like all those fucking pieces of shit murderers are all fucking Marxists. Hurting people that are, those fucking, there needs to be the 1954 Communist Control Act needs to be enforced by our government and by the law. The 1954 Communist Control Act says no communist can run in any office in the United States. But so if Lenin and Marx and Stalin and all these other fucking communists say that democracy is symbiotic to socialism, and if the goal of socialism communism, and you can't have democracy if you don't have socialism, the two must exist simultaneously. They always have existed simultaneously. And that these fucking brainwashed idiots that want to fucking sit there and be like, "Oh, this is a democracy." It's like, no, no, it's not. We're guaranteed a right a fucking. I can't even talk. We're guaranteed a fucking Republican form of government in the Constitution. It says it right in there. Look it up. Fucking these motherfuckers, these stupid little Marxists. They don't want to hear facts. They don't want to. They don't want you to ask questions, because if you ask a question, they might have to think. They might have to use their brain. They might have to, it's just ridiculous. God damn socialism to hell. That's what I say. That's my prayer. You heard it, God. Damn those fucking socialists to hell. Fuck that shit. Those motherfuckers. They made the hoods. They made more destruction and evil than they could possibly even understand when they made the hoods in the United States. Evil shit. The cities are all fucking evil. The people are all brain dead. And it's not their fault. They're victims. They need our help. They need they need us to push knowledge on them. They need us to fucking stick up for them. They need us to fucking try to help them, because nobody else will. Nobody. Uh, if this was my country and I ran this country, this shit would not be going on. Fucking everything's so corrupt the whole time. The General Washington predicted that the two-party system would destroy America. He predicted that fucking he predicted it. Put a link out there if anybody wants to come on. George Washington predicted it. George Washington had no political party. Thomas Paine and his friends all quoting the Gideon story, talking about, we don't want no leader. We don't want to be the leader. We want the law to lead. The law. The Constitution. What is a Constitution? Constitution can be used in many forms and ways. Applied to the constitution of a person. Applied to hey, how's it going?
Why are you so full? Why are you so full of shit like that?
What?
You're totally full of shit.
Why am I full of shit?
All your rants up against whatever you've been ranting against.
Uh,
How do how do I stop the how do I stop the, the replay?
the what?
No, how do I stop the replay?
Replay? What do you mean? What?
Well, it's echoing. It's echoing.
Sorry, I turned it off because I was turning it. Okay, my bad. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Whatever.
No, I fixed it. Should be
Okay.
good now.
Thanks.
Well, so what were you feeling about my speech?
Well, your speech was totally full of shit.
What?
Totally
What?
full of
Ow.
shit. Yeah,
My
totally.
speech. What do you mean? Which part?
Everything. Everything you said was full of shit.
Which part? Just name one part that was bullshit.
Everything. Everything.
I have to know that you understood what I was saying, so you have to at least try to reiterate a part that you didn't like.
I'd have to go back and replay everything. I don't want to do that. I don't think it's beneficial to anybody.
Well, Then I formally disagree with your opinion.
Well, you can. That's your prerogative. That's your total prerogative. Bang away, bang away.
America, fuck yeah.
But you were condemning all sorts of bullshit that uh, is obviously true, and you were condemning
Such
it.
as.
I don't know. I can't think. Yeah. You think that's a gotcha moment? You
No,
think
no,
that's a
I'm
gotcha?
not trying to be a dick. I'm just stoned. But I mean, still, do you think that's what you got as a gotcha moment?
No, no, I don't think of it. I would never think of it as that. No.
Reverse gotcha.
Okay.
Who's
Okay.
got who? No.
Do you think it's funny? I don't
No,
know.
just,
I don't think it's funny. I
I'm
don't know.
not laughing at you. I'm just stoned.
Of course, of course.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So what are you up to? What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about Anna Karenina. I'm trying to get through it. I've got about 200 pages into the novel,
Hmm.
and I never understood why people think that Anna Karenina is such a great novel, because it's shite. It's shite compared
Karenina.
to Dostoevsky. I mean, if you've read Dostoevsky, I don't know. I I don't know. People think Anna Karenina is so great, but I don't think so. Yeah.
Hmm. Is this fiction or nonfiction?
Fiction, fiction,
Oh,
totally.
I don't read fiction.
You should. You should
Yeah.
read fiction.
No fiction for me.
Yeah, you're totally missing out on a certain dynamic of the world psyche that
Hmm.
that you don't understand. Yeah.
I just never been big into fiction. I mean, I like comic books, but
Comic books. Wow. Wow.
yeah, the art and stuff.
Or or uh, Jughead and
Jug.
fucking what's his name? Archie and Jughead and all
No,
the
no, like fucking,
fucking
like
shit
like
show.
the like those comic, all the comic books got surrealism stories of occult teachings.
Yeah, there was a certain they were called classic comics, and they did Edgar Allan Poe and different things like that. Yeah, those were good comics.
Oh, excuse me. What's weird, Poe? They did some kind of autopsy on him or something, and he was missing like a large portion of his brain.
That's what you think. Yeah.
Well, I'm not
That-
saying he's stupid. They were just, well, to me, it's proof that the brain isn't where thought comes from. There's other people too that have had, uh, they
Ah,
only have like 20% of their brain, but they still think and act normal. Um,
yeah, that's weird. Did you ever read The Pit and the Pendulum? And what was the book that he wrote about, or the short story he wrote about um, somebody buried
Pendulum.
uh, underneath the floorboards of a certain. Yeah, I had nightmares about that book, and I thought I was actually the killer of the guy.
Oh, the Edgar
Mm.
Allan Poe book.
Yeah, totally, totally.
Wait, what? You thought you got paranoid for reading it?
Yeah, totally, totally.
What?
Yeah, it was a classic book about somebody was buried beneath the floorboards of a cottage. And
Yeah, it seemed like
what,
a TV
yeah, what was
thing
that
of
book
it.
called? I forget what it was called, but
The beating of the heart.
yeah, I totally had nightmares about it. I
Huh.
thought I'd actually killed a person and buried him um, beneath the floorboards of my cottage that I
What?
was
Why
living
do you think you did?
because of the book. Because of the book, it was so
What?
visceral. It was so visceral. Yeah.
No. Well, that's weird. You're not a serial killer, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Oh well, that's definitely weird. You just mean like you mean like metaphorically it made you feel like that or something. Not
Yeah,
like
totally.
physically.
Well, yeah, metaphorically. Yeah, totally. Totally.
Yeah, 'cause it's
I,
so
I
suspenseful.
I had nightmares about it. I had nightmares about it.
Huh. It's like I had
That's
a nightmare about.
that's how the serial Edgar Allan Poe was in his stories. I mean, he could uh, he could uh, he could elucidate these nightmares
Yeah,
from
the
people.
telltale heart. That's it.
Yeah, the Telltale Heart.
Gene
Yeah,
Splice.
totally, totally, totally.
Yeah, he was an interesting character. Some say some say I'm pretty sure it was him that they thought he was killed by Masons for making some
Yeah,
kind
he
of.
was. He was killed by Masons, and he was trying to uncover some plot in the American establishment, and he was killed by Masons. Yeah, totally.
That's interesting. I wonder if they took part of his brain.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, because
No.
they only seen his brain after he was dead. Like, what if the Masons? Well, maybe not the Masons, but what if some sect of some kind of occult group practices the same rites as the ancient Egyptian mummies, where they stick like
Okay,
this thing up your
you're
nose, take your
getting
brain
you're
out?
getting into the X Files and stuff
No,
like
this
that.
is real.
Like,
When they
no, that
mummify the mummies, they take this big thing
no,
off
no,
one
no, no,
feet,
no.
they stick it up the nose, and then they pull the brain out.
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, not gonna
That's what the
happen.
mummies. No,
Not
that's
gonna
real.
happen. No, it didn't happen.
Well, I'm
No.
just speculating.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, this will be good for the Cthulhu movie.
Wow. I mean, if there was ever a Cthulhu movie, I'd love to watch it. Yeah.
Edgar and Allan Poe, excuse me, Poe
No,
gets his brain taken out
H
in old Egyptian status.
H well, H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah. I really like that story.
We could have
Yeah.
like a crossing story of like have like a fictional story where have like the story make believe that Cthulhu is going through history taking out famous people or some shit.
Yeah.
Like a sea monster, some kind of. Or I
Yeah,
don't know.
I
We'll throw
don't
like
think.
a Cthulhu took out Lincoln type thing. Cthulhu was the lone dude in the rye or whatever with or the Damon I'm Stone in the for the JFK thing.
Yeah, I don't think so, but whatever.
I'm just making
Yeah.
shit up.
I know. I know. I know.
We say you like fiction.
Yeah, I mean, this is a weird thing that a lot of researchers don't understand is that there's so much available in fiction that they discount or they've
Well,
neglected.
I've read
You've
those.
got,
I've
you've
read.
got to read you've got to read fiction to understand what
Yeah. Well, I've read the
what are the
what was that the that I remember some books I liked that were fiction. the ones with the sled dogs. Uh, I forget his name. He
Okay.
he
Okay.
writes
Yeah.
these fiction books about sled dog racing
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what's his name. I
Yeah, those are
forget
pretty
his
good.
name. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of fiction books that people need to read. If you've ever read F. Paul Wilson, he's amazing. He's written like 30 or 40 books on the secret history of the world, and he incorporates a, a, a Freemasonic society into his books. Yeah, it's a great series of books. Like, I mean, everybody needs to read that shit. Yeah,
Oh, oh yeah. Hmm.
yeah. Nobody. Yeah, it pisses me off that nobody in the in the realm of searching out esoterica, they don't understand that there's all these fiction books that actually talk about what they're
Well,
trying to
yeah.
delineate.
Was that one
And
like Club Dumas?
yeah,
Have you read that?
Club Dumas is an excellent book on that. Yeah, totally. Totally.
Yeah, I guess I could see where you're coming from now, considering books like that. Damn it, there's another one too that Club Dumas is supposed to be a reiteration of, but when I went over the book, and it didn't seem like it was. I don't know. It was weird.
I
Uh,
know it's hard to read unless you know all the ancillary
I mean,
uh
it was in Latin.
document.
Me and it was one. It was when Lee was still hanging out. He came on, and we were examining this book, and it was all in Latin. It had pictures and stuff. It was really boring. We couldn't make heads or tails of it. Uh,
Yeah, for example, is Umberto Eco's Foucault's Pendulum. I mean, unless it's a hard read. I've tried it twice, and I have a hard time reading it. But
yeah. Damn it! There's
it,
this one book that's really good. That it's. I'm looking for it on my list right now. It's definitely it's like a weird book. It's got like all these woodcuts in it, and it's doing like this. It's written in a really weird format. It's like a historical book. It's written by a famous occult, well, not super famous, but it's like an occult writer, and all of a sudden he's writing about it. The book reminds me a lot of Mysteries of the Cathedral, but in more of a simple sense. Ah, damn it, where the fuck is it at?
uh,
Uh,
is it Umberto Eco's another book by him? I forget
no,
what it's.
no, no. It just what you were describing reminds me of this book.
Okay.
Have you read the Tarot of the Bohemians by Pappas? That one's pretty interesting.
No, no, sorry.
It's a nonfiction book. The cover's got symbols on it that are quite relevant to. Well, it's interesting because the book says red, white, and blue right on it. I still want to read this story of the Seer of Patmos. I haven't read that one yet. Let's see.
Yeah, you know what I find, but Jamie's willing to to investigate these type of books. But I mean, most people, David Patrick Harry, um,
Oh yeah.
J. Dyer, people like that, they won't investigate fiction. And fiction, there's a lot of fiction books that totally totally explore the esoteric aspect
Yeah,
of society, and nobody recognizes that for some
yeah, like
reason.
Shakespeare.
Well, yeah, 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 Shakespeare, totally, totally
Well,
Shakespeare.
then in the modern sense, the yeah, I definitely see what you're saying because sometimes people write books and they can't write the truth. They have to write it in a fiction just to reveal the truth.
Yeah,
Uh,
James Rollins, for example, he's written a lot of books that impinge on modern society. Uh, who else? Uh,
I
well,
think that what is that book? Boys in Brazil about the Nazis.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Boys in Brazil by
Yeah,
Ira Levin.
yeah,
Uh,
it's supposed to be
that's a,
nonfiction. Or it's supposed to be fiction, but it seems like it's nonfiction. Uh,
yeah, totally, totally. That's a great example. Yeah,
yeah, damn it, where is that one book? It's a really weird book. I don't think you'll be able to. Well, you might be able to find a reprint of it, but it's it's really fuck, I can't remember what it was called. I need a cigarette.
I mean, all these people. I understand why they read nonfiction and they're focused on nonfiction and trying to discover X, Y, and Z about nonfiction. But I mean, a lot of the fiction books that have been written throughout history, they cover the same topics and they explore them and delineate what's going on. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. Ah man, what the fuck is that book? That's around here somewhere.
Hello, sir.
Hey,
Who's
how's it
who?
going?
Who is this guy? Notable Kramos. Who are you?
Oh,
Explain yourself.
he's from South America.
Okay,
In
okay.
in Chile.
Okay. Well, I turned your echo cancellation on, so you don't have to mute it.
So notable
You don't
Kramos.
have to mute it. I turned the echo cancellation on.
Uh, explain yourself and describe who you are, what you stand for, blah blah blah. If you're willing to do that.
Oh,
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
here. Make haste.
Uh, I'm from Chile. I'm 43 years old. I have numerous tooth broken, and
Ouch.
I I miss a lot of teeth. I
Jesus.
am a
Yeah, I have a
videographer.
good friend from Chile too. Yeah, totally.
Have you been here?
No, I've never been there. I wish I could. I wish I could.
Hmm.
You will.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, totally.
Well, to make my introduction short, it called my attention the mind control concept in the title of this live stream.
Okay, mind
Oh
control.
yeah, yeah. I was going to discuss the mind control of the occult. Uh, about the
Well, it's funny what I'm going to tell you now because I live in Viña del Mar. That's center Chile in the coast, in the port of Valparaiso. And there's an ongoing exercise between the Navy here of Chile and the Navy of the United States.
hmm.
And for the
Wow,
past
wow. I did not know that. Wow.
and for the past 3 4 days, I have outside my window. How do you know? How do you say portaaviones? Those naval big ships
Oh,
with planes,
aircraft carrier.
aircraft carrier, and a cruiser, un crucero,
Hmm.
and this. lasts for 3 days in all night in a range of I don't know, like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. They press the button and the sound, the sirens.
Wow. Have you ever
That's
been to
interesting.
Peru? Have you ever been to Peru?
Just in Tacna.
Okay,
Oh, nice.
okay.
Yeah, the
And they put the sound all night, bro.
hmm,
Now the big one with the planes is not here, but the cruiser is, and those two little ones. But they sound the all night,
hmm.
and I think they
Wow.
play with the intoxication through sound, and they have a number. The big
Yeah,
ship.
that's possible. That's totally possible.
They
Yeah.
might be like pumping water out of the bottom of the boat or something.
No,
Um,
no, they can control sound, and yeah, that's it. That's it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah,
With the,
totally.
with the with the sound, I think they manage a bigger operation about mind control or
Oh,
mind
you think
interruption or
it's
domination.
ultra low frequency?
I don't think so. I know so.
Hmm.
Yeah, totally, totally, totally.
Oh yeah. Well,
It's
just
really,
keep
it's
smoking
really,
weed and you'll be safe.
yeah, yeah.
No,
The
we
medicine.
don't save you. I mean, they've got to do something else.
No, no,
Yeah.
no. Wheat by itself won't save me, but with myself, it will. It's the medicine.
Hmm.
It's really fucked up because when we have riots here
So,
in Chile in 2019, I was in Santiago, and at 3 in the morning, I woke up with a helicopter at least 20 meters above my building with a very flashlight so strong and so to wake up with that sound and the light in your backyard every day is the
Wow.
sound they use to break your sleep at least. And now I have them on the sea. God damn
hmm.
it. But
Oh
I have
yeah. Well,
my peace.
they'll probably go away after a couple days or something. They're probably
I
just
don't
flying
think
around.
so. I don't think so.
But
I,
that's not
I
a
don't.
very positive outlook.
I
The
know. I have a
no,
negative outlook. Like, sorry,
he
sorry.
knows. He knows. You know, sir, thank you. You know why? Because when you interrupt or contaminate the organism of a human being when it's resting, like sleeping or resting, you can manage numerous agendas.
Yeah, you can affect embryos and everything. Yeah, totally, totally.
Exactly. The people tomorrow morning, Monday, they will woke up and they start their day tired, in tension, vulnerable, very vulnerable.
Hmm.
So that's what I wanted to share. I think the sound of many apparatus and
Hmm.
platforms are
Oh, I froze.
part
Well,
of
thank you so much for participating in informing us of what's going on
Uh,
in
Uno
in
momento,
Chile.
por favor.
Of course, no, thank you for listening. I think you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah, totally.
and I know that I will see you here in Chile, or if I don't see you, you will come here. You need to go to the south.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Peru, not necessarily Chile, but to Peru for sure.
Peru is great.
Ugh. Okay.
I don't know most of Peru. Oh,
I
my friend, to
was grabbing a
finish my
cigarette.
point,
Smoke with Harry.
I wanted to share a very short screen of a website in relation to the mind control
Oh, what?
that I was telling you.
Oh, 1 second here. Um, Mr. Peterson. We got another guest here.
Who's Mr. Peterson? I don't know.
Okay, they're just some kind of clown.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Peterson's not allowed.
Do you
Okay, what
know?
is this?
Do you know what that is?
Looks like some kind of uh that's a telescope for sound.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah,
um,
yeah, yeah.
it's more than one. You know.
Yeah, yeah, that was just like on the X Files. I think it was.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the X Files seasons 1 through 9? Wow.
Yeah, those are good.
I don't know which part of the United States is this one, but this
Well,
is
they're
like
looking
a
for signals from space.
this
They
is
say
like
that they
a
receive signals from
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Pleiades, Zeta
Total
Reticuli.
bullshit.
What if
Total
it's
bullshit.
what if it's not bullshit? What if it's
Ah,
something
it's
weird?
all bullshit. It's all
Yeah, but
total
well, hold on though.
bullshit.
Remember what our America's VP said? Aliens are demons.
Yeah, they are demons. Totally, they're demons.
What if the
Totally.
signals are coming from something weird? Space demons.
Okay, okay. We'll allow for that. Yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah.
in well, it'd be like the space demons would be like the space demons are like in the magic card game. They'd be Phyrexian or space demons.
Well, they're from Sirius. Totally, they're from Sirius. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta watch out those
yeah.
Phyrexians.
Sorry. I think I've been studying this site of Climate Viewer. This is an interactive map, and I've been studying this since 2011. 11, and you have all the kinds of maps to see many things that
Yeah,
are
you've been
happening even even before I was born.
analyzing data.
Yeah.
Between so many other things.
Oh yeah. I'm sure. I got the window open. I'm sure one cigarette won't make it too smoky in here.
Well,
Smoke, smoke,
that was my
smoke that
point.
cigarette. Smoke, smoke,
But
smoke until you smoke yourself to death. Tell St. Peter at the Golden Gate that you just hate to waken mate. Oh, smoke, smoke, smoke
I
that
think Harry keep
cigarette.
drinking.
Mister, what is your name? Oh, I mean your
Oh, that's Harry.
nickname. No, I think you're a teacher.
Harry Houdini.
No, 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 no. I hate it. Well, Houdini was a weird character. He
Wait,
was a he was an MI6 spy. I
he's
don't
third
know what.
year degree Mason. I know. Well, so
Yeah,
you
I
got
don't.
you got a nickname, Harry?
Pete, Pete.
Pete.
Can I
Your
can I
nickname
ask
is
you
Pete.
can I ask you something, Pete?
Wait,
Sure.
what? Pete? What? I'm stoned.
Uh, I think that you've uh, more than once had a channeling experience.
Not channeling. I don't think so. Channeling because
Interesting.
I don't believe in that. But I've understood what's going on in the cosmos. Yeah,
Hmm. But
yeah.
wait, notables. Well, I forgot your name. Are you saying this based off from observation of Harry?
Sorry, come again?
Are you asking Harry about channeling based off from what you've seen when he comes on?
Yeah, like channeling, like connecting with something else. I don't know if channeling is the best word, but receiving information somehow in different circumstances. That's what I
Wow,
felt.
wow, that's way beyond my capabilities. If anything, I've received channeling from the Godhead. Uh, Otherwise, I can't explain anything. No, sorry,
Harry's a
sorry.
witch. No, I'm just joking.
Well, you don't need to explain, but you just answer my question. So I appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, okay. What's your question? What's your
Oh, you
question?
answered the question. It reminds me of the myth of the Heyoka spirit, kind of like God talking through you to say something that's totally opposite, just to like make somebody think.
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah.
wouldn't say totally opposite. I would disagree with that. Totally.
Well, that's a different form of it,
Yeah, totally.
according to legends and stuff. I
No,
just
not
found that book.
according to legends, according to scripture. Hello, hello.
I think like damn, I still haven't found that book. So,
I
I
know.
remember what I was going
I
to
know
mention.
your book. Your book is shit.
No, no, you like this book. It's not. It's not like an occulty book. It's like a classical. Okay, so here's
Book
what I got for you.
about what?
Jude 114 and 115. Jude
Nice,
114 and 115. You remember what it?
nice.
Where's my book
Yeah.
at? Well, so there's a great debate going on Twitter that Enoch wasn't part of the Bible, but
Well,
well, that's why
that's
Jude
a
114 and 115 matter.
yeah, that's a hard road to hoe in your perspective because I mean Jude is informative of the Bible, but he isn't a what do you call it? He isn't a, uh authoritative source of the Bible.
But he's
Yeah,
still referencing it in the New
yeah,
Testament.
totally, totally,
If I
totally.
can
I
find
agree with that. I
it.
agree with that.
Where the fuck is Jude at? What isn't there? Isn't that a song by the Beatles? Hey Jude.
Oh fuck! Give me a break.
Peter is it? That's
I
before
love
Peter.
that song. I love that song. I've always loved that song. But
Do you play music?
yes, I play too much music. Yeah.
And some instruments specifically?
Yeah, I like the keyboard specifically, but I like electric light orchestra and Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Yeah.
Oh yeah, classical stuff.
Thanks. Do you play some instrument, Clint Eastwood?
Yeah.
I wish I could. I've only played I've only played what's her name? Uh Here are the days
Well,
gone by. I've only played Amy Grant on the piano.
hmm.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, piano's nice.
yeah,
Where the fuck is this Jude book at? Is it after? Is it
yeah.
after the Philippines? Philippines?
It's just before Revelation.
Oh,
Just before
okay.
Revelation.
It's right by what's his name's book? John Jude. There it is. One page.
Yeah, it's a short book, but it's cumulative.
Here it is.
Yeah,
And Enoch also the seventh from Adam prophesied of these, saying, Behold, that God cometh with 10,000 of his angels. to
Yeah,
execute judgment upon all
yeah.
to
Carry on, carry on,
all
carry on.
that are ungodly among them of all their ungodly deeds which they have ungodly committed, and of all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against them. Him. Yeah.
Yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Murmurers and complainers, walking after their own lusts, and their mouth
Yeah, totally,
speaking great
totally,
swelling words,
totally, totally,
having man's persons in admiration because of advantage.
totally.
Yeah, this is definitely some heavy stuff.
Yeah, totally. Of course.
You wrote that?
No, no, that's Book of Jude 1:14, 1:15. It's reference that proves Enoch is relevant to the New Testament.
Well, I think if you like Mr. Here, you go to Peru, you can find there's a lot of things. I haven't been there, but I know there's a lot of things in North Chile also. Specifically in Atacama, you have very special places.
Hmm.
You're totally referencing. You're totally referencing the fucking Talmud.
No, no, no,
Come on,
no. He's talking about Chile.
come on. Okay, okay, okay.
He got some weird PTSD going
There's a town in Atacama that is called San Pedro de Atacama,
on.
and it's 4,300 meters over the sea meters.
Hmm.
And man, that I lived there on 2011, and then in the second year of the pandemic on
Yeah, you're
2000.
totally referencing the Talmud. Like
No,
fuck.
no, he's talking about. He's talking about the pandemic living in Chile. Uh,
I like this, sir.
whew, the cigarette tastes like shit.
My cigarette tastes glorious.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe I should spark up a joint, but I don't want to waste a cigarette. Yeah. So, what else were we discussing here? What yeah. Some of the indigenous stuff is really interesting.
Oh, fuck off with the indigenous shit.
Well, you still got to read that Arcana of Freemasonry by Churchward. It's really interesting.
I hate, I hate, I hate the fucking obvious bullshit about indigenous shit.
Well,
Like it's totally bullshit.
yeah, but
Total
the
bullshit.
Celts and the Pictish were indigenous before Rome decided
Oh,
to.
fuck off. Fuck off.
Well, I'm part Pictish. I'm part Celtic. Uh,
Yeah. And why don't you acknowledge that? Like, fuck off.
well, I acknowledge it. It's just that the Celts they were practicing interesting shamanism.
Yeah, you think so. You think so. With their fucking tree of what is it called? The tree. Oh shit. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I can't
you
think
roll a
of it.
joint.
Like the runas, the runes. Do you have runes? I don't know how to say in English. Las runas, Celtic runes.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Celtic, the Celtic stuff. The knots and the crosses.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, they go back quite a ways. The Viking stories and stuff.
Yeah, and your burning tree and all that shit.
Well, I'm related to Leif Erikson too.
Seriously? Wow.
Swear to God. Leif Erikson. Greenland's my country.
Well, I really like Iceland, and I'd move there any day. Yeah.
That'd be interesting. They eat weird seagulls or something down there. Yeah.
Seagull?
Yeah, the Vikings would eat these birds that nobody would eat because they tasted really bad, but they had a way to cure the birds to make them taste better.
No, I'm thinking of more of the Celtic heritage. Yeah. Have you read The Elder Ada? Like, come on.
I don't think so.
Okay. Obviously, you don't know anything.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I might have read about it, but I can't remember the words and stuff. I've read a lot about Dalriata. Uh, Dalriata was the country before it was comprised of like Welsh and Scottish and
Have
Pictish.
you read The Calvella?
Calvilla. Hold on, let me just break up this joint first. Or
Yeah,
see the
look
cover.
it up. Look it up. Look it up.
Uh,
Calvella.
I'm still looking for that one book. Uh, yeah, the it's weird because some of the patterns you see the patterns and stuff when you trip on the psychedelics. You see the Celtic knots and stuff. It's very
Celtic
bizarre.
nonsense? I don't know.
The Celtic
Have you
knots.
read have you read L.A. Waddell? L.A. Waddell? Like, come on.
Well,
You
I mean,
you haven't read anything.
well, I'm very selective with the
Yeah,
reading.
I know. I know.
Damn it, I still can't find that book. Yeah, the Celts, the Legend of Braveheart. They didn't call him Braveheart till after he died. Then they
I
would
know.
carry his heart around
I
in
know.
battle.
I know the movie was superficial. Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
it's still a good movie, but they had inaccuracies.
Yeah.
Then they wore that paint on their face. That's where they say the Templars originated the blue paint on their face. Uh,
Apparently. Apparently. Yeah.
yeah, they mix up the story of Robert the Bruce. I forget what they got wrong about that, but there's something.
Yeah, they got a few things wrong. Yeah. Totally.
Hey, L- San Pedro de Atacama, the place that I told you, is in Atacama, very north, extreme north, Chile.
I don't know.
But
I don't know what this guy's saying. Can he speak
Well,
English?
I can translate for you. Continue.
but why can't you hear the microphone? My microphone is bad.
You're good. You're good. Continue. So what is this? Oh, that's interesting.
This is in Antofagasta, like 2 hours from San Pedro de Atacama to the coast.
An orb. You can see its shadow too.
Oh, you saw it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure what they are exactly.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't know what you're talking about.
talking about a UFO.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he's got a UFO video on the screen right now.
Yeah, fuck UFOs.
Well, it's weird because those weird metal orb things. One time I was tripping on psychedelics and seen them. It's really weird. Uh,
You know UFOs are totally fabrications. Like,
I
come
think they're
on.
spiritual. I think there's some kind of ghosts or angels or something.
Okay, ghosts or angels, that's legitimate. Yeah.
Yeah, because people describe weird shit with some of them, inexplicable things, and with the good and the bad ones, walking through walls, uh, floating through the ceiling. Uh, they violate the rules of physics. Uh,
Yeah, I think you're right.
yeah, it's weird. I've been into the spiritism for quite some time. Uh,
Have you read any of what's her name's books? Like, frick, on spiritism? Like, oh,
well,
I,
not like the
uh,
classic spiritism of like the late 1800s.
Albanese. Albanese wrote two books on spiritism.
More of like a scientific view on spiritism, trying to
No, he
differentiate.
did that. Yeah,
Uh, damn it, I still can't find
she
that one.
was sympathetic towards it. Yeah,
Oh, that's definitely a weird thing. I mean, most of it's fraud, but whoa,
you think it's
whoa,
mostly fraud?
the
Wow.
spiritism, the
Yeah, yeah,
seances and stuff.
spiritism is totally fraud, and I agree with that. But Albanese wrote two books on it, uh, and she tried to defend it to a certain extent.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, heard a lot of weird stories of different different people claiming supernatural things.
yeah. There was the table knocking, all the bullshit that happened in the 19th century. I mean, it was all bullshit, total bullshit. But whatever, people fell for it, and yeah,
Yeah, damn it, I still can't find that book. I could have sworn uh, it was like it had a lot of illustrations. Why is this alluding? Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Uh,
The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, written by a theosophist. Yeah, totally, totally.
yeah. Uh, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man is pretty good. It's a good book.
Oh, that sounds like
Um,
a
uh,
worthy.
Dear friends, I want to thank you for the space. I'm going to bed now because I don't have to do anything in the morning. But I want to I want to try to be very early
Oh
up.
yeah, well, it's definitely cool hanging out.
Yeah,
Thank you very
cool, cool. Thanks for showing up. Yeah,
Hasta luego.
Nos vemos hasta pronto. Take care. Be safe.
take
Peace.
care, bro. Take care, bro. Yeah,
Yeah, he seems pretty cool.
yeah. He seems like he's investigating everything that's going on. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's good.
this Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man is another churchward book. Looks like he was a 30th degree at the time that he wrote it. Hmm. He was later at
Yeah,
a higher degree.
I've got that book. Yeah, yeah,
It's pretty interesting. It's because it brings about uh, clues which to the origins of the religions that none of the other
yeah.
occultists are bringing up.
Nobody else brings up all that bullshit. Yeah, totally. Yeah,
let's see. Well, so I did come to a revelation with the Fulcanelli book, which was interesting, which I didn't expect. Uh,
Wow. Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
Well, you know how people are bickering about that the verse about.
I've got the Falconelli book, so I know what you're dealing with. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it was like a little bit before the Paris chapter, I think. But it was talking about this solar sulfur and primal materia and all these concepts.
Yeah, yeah, primal materia is a crucial crucial thing that they don't understand
But
properly. Yeah.
well, in Hebrew, there's a mention of excrement in the book, and it's not talking about real excrement. It's talking about the primal materia, and then it's talking about in the earth. Uh, it's very interesting because it kind of goes along with the. It's definitely I got to dig into it a little bit more. Let's
Yeah,
see.
you do. You do. Yeah.
You got the secret societies of all ages and countries.
Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I've got that book. Yeah.
Heckathorn, that one's pretty good.
Yeah.
This one's
Well,
interesting. The
it's
roots of
not by Ekathorn, but it's by what's his name?
Heckathorn's got one too. That's
Manly P. Hall. Manly P.
oh,
Hall, the book
you need
on it.
the Heckathorn one. The Heckathorn's way better. Mainly P Hall is just like brazen the surface. It seems like. I mean,
Okay. Okay.
yeah, Heckathorn, Secret Societies of all ages and countries. It's like 3 volumes
Yeah,
of it.
I've got Hackathorn's book. Yeah, totally. Totally. I've got it. Yeah.
This one's pretty interesting. The roots of Irish monasticism. I haven't gotten to this one yet. Oh wait, this is
But I mean,
it's like a report.
if you review all these books, what do you come up with? Like, what do you come up with? You ultimately discover that Christianity is real and all these fake religions are bullshit. Yeah. I
It's
mean, come on, come on, come on.
well, it's weird though because have you ever read the book Jesus, the Last Great Initiate?
No, I haven't. I
The,
haven't.
there's some interesting stuff going on with these Illuminists. I mean, that one's more of about a good concept of it, but then there's some of the Illuminati just flat out call Jesus their great grand master. Um, which brings it to a weird thing. It's like, what are they talking about exactly?
Yeah, totally, totally, totally. I mean, what are they talking about? Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. You got the I haven't read this one yet, but the Light and Soul Science by Alice Bailey.
Shit. I've
Light
got
the Light of the Soul. Its Science and Effect. Some kind of Hindu shit. Oh,
yeah,
commentary by Alice Bailey. Okay.
yeah. Alice Bailey is so out to lunch. I've got I've got like six of her books, and she's
Yeah.
totally out to lunch.
We were talking about the Beatles the other night, and some dude that was connected to it, some Spectre dude, he was into that Hindu India shit as well, just like Alice Bailey. Let's see here, what do we got here? The Life of Louis Claude de Saint Martin.
Yeah, I've got the book on Louis Claude de Saint Martin. I've got that book.
Arthur Edward
Totally.
Waite.
Yes, by Arthur Edward Reed. Do you want me to show you the book? Like, I'll show you it.
Oh, you don't
I
have to
have,
grab the
I
book.
have the fucking book. I have the fucking book.
It's
Yeah.
interesting. Waite's an interesting writer 'cause it seems like he's writing from a
Yeah.
spectacle or a skeptical view part of the time, but then other parts it seems like he's fully engulfed in some kind of insanity.
Yeah. Totally. 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 Arthur Edward Bate was totally engulfed in every psyop that was going on.
Did you read Devil Worship in France? That's why I call him a skeptic because, oddly enough, because it's like when I read that book, I was like,
Have you
oh,
ever
it's got to be
read?
a gold mine, you know.
Have you ever read the book Devil Worship? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
The Devil Worship in France by Wait.
no, it's not by weight. I don't know who it's by.
Wait, he
Oh,
does one. He does
oh,
one as well. I got a few about Devil Worship in France, but his one is comes from a very skeptical point of view, and I didn't
it,
expect that
it,
from him.
it's called Serpent Worship.
Uh,
Serpent Worship by. There's no author. There's no
is that a
author.
newer book? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I don't know what they don't they don't say who the author is. It's copyright 1980 and published by the Tudor Press. Uh, they don't they don't
Interesting.
acknowledge who the author is.
Yeah, there's an older one called Serpent Worship of Ancient Egypt by William R. Cooper. Uh,
Okay,
no
okay,
relation to the William M. Cooper. Uh, let's see here. I
yeah. This
definitely,
book is crucial. This book is crucial. You should read it if
I've
you
read ones
get
that
a
were
copy.
similar. All the
Yeah,
Serpent Worship in Egypt.
if you get a copy of it, crucial.
This one's interesting. The High History of the Holy Grail, translated by Sebastian Evans. Uh, that's not what I was looking for, though. I'm sure
I
you've read
thought,
The Hidden Life of Freemasonry by Leadbeater.
yes, yes. I mean, I've read so many books. Like, come on.
Yeah, Leadbeater was like, he's definitely crazy. If he's not
Yeah,
crazy and all that psychic shit's real and stuff, then they're doing something really weird. They're doing some straight up witchcraft. But then it becomes really weird because Leadbeater's if Leadbeater's doing witchcraft and then he's warning against people that are practicing the dark arts, black arts, and we're assuming that Leadbeater's on the dark side and he's talking about another dark side, and it's like, so there's two dark sides, one that calls himself the light and one that's literally.
I know. I know. Doesn't that sound dichotomic? Like, come on, wake up, people. Yeah.
Well, I don't think they were lying about it. That's what's weird about it.
No, they weren't. They weren't lying about it. And you know, ultimately, Annie Besant and H.P. Blavatsky, they were they were the origins of the UN Charter of Rights and all that bullshit. Like, come on, come on, people, wake up. Sorry,
Oh,
I'm
Dennis
pissed.
Cuddy was saying
I'm
that
pissed.
Baja. Dennis Cuddy was saying that 1870 something, the Baha'u'llah of the Baha'i religion was talking about a United Nations world government. Baha'is part Islam.
Yeah, I never understood the Baha'i uh, connection with the UN, but I'm looking to investigate it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're looks like I don't know. Somebody's coming out of. Oh, okay, well they're not. We got comedians going out.
Who who the fuck is on?
So somebody tried to come on and make some loud noise. This is public broadcasting. Clearly, we are not funded. I haven't read this one, The Great Secret by Maurice Maeterlinck. It
No, I've never read that. Wow.
looks like a good book. It's free on Google Books. Great Secret. Maurice Maeterlinck, translated by Bernard Mall, 1922. Yeah, so it's going about India, Egypt, Persia, Chaldea, Greece, Gnostics, Neoplatonists, Kabbalah, alchemists, modern occultists,
What
metaphysics.
was his name? Maurice what? Metterlink?
Yeah, Maeterlinck. The Great Secret. It looked like a really good book when I was skimming through it. I mean, it's kind of short. Well, it's 300 pages, but it's large letters, you know.
Okay. Okay. I tried to write it down. I don't know if I got it right.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's on the internet if you want to like look at it. You know, just in case you don't. What? Yeah, it's mentioned in Blavatsky. It's mentioned a lot of stuff. It's well, the initiation or the knowledge of the higher world. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can tell it's the writer is either exposing the occultist or is an occultist. Uh, this one's pretty good. Gospel in the Stars. I haven't fully read it.
Well, that's by E.W. Bullinger, and I disagree with
No,
him
no, this
totally.
one's Joseph A. Seiss, Seiss. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, 1882. Gospel in the Stars, Primeval Astronomy. So this one is very
Yeah,
interesting.
I'm worried about that. I you know, I don't think the gospel is written in the stars. I
Well, no,
disagree
well,
with that.
not that it's written in it, but that the stars mattered to them. It's like they understood
Yeah,
time
yeah,
very
I
well.
understand. I
So
understand.
they would mention certain things uh as like a sign of like what they were seeing or what when the sign would
Yeah,
come.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm fucking fabricated at the moment. So
Oh, that's fine.
I might,
Let's see.
I might have to, I might have to disconnect.
Yeah, the whole all the astronomy Bible books are really interesting. Some of them are more Gnostic. The ones that aren't Gnostic are the more interesting ones because they're talking about it in a more realistic sense. Let's see if I can just find a good
Yeah,
example.
I'm losing my contact. I think
No, well, you
I
better
might
go
have,
pass out then.
yeah, I might have to pass out. Yeah. Sorry,
Oh, you're good. Well, take it easy.
sorry, sorry, bro.
No,
Sorry,
you don't have
bro.
to say sorry. It's all good. It's good hanging out. Oh, I think that's it. He makes a lot of funny faces. Okay, so yeah, Harry's cool. He might get a little mad sometimes. Well, racist sometimes, but I think he'll grow out of it. He's got a lot of grow. He's still growing into his shoes. Uh, yeah. So well, so just a taste of this book, I guess. Read like a couple pages. The constellations divine, and these several markings, groupings, and designations of the heavenly hosts we have all the most conspicuous elements of and notations of the primeval astronomy. And these preeminently are what the text refers to as the garnish of the heavens, of which the crooked, or rather fleeing serpent, is here named as a specific part. There are but three parts with which to identify this fleeing serpent. It's been justly said it is not likely that this inspired writer should in an instant descend from the garnishing of the heavens to the formation of a reptile. The discourse of the starry heavens and the serpent must necessarily pertain to the heavens. Barnes says there can be no doubt that Job refers here to the constellations, and that the sense of the passage is that of the greatness of God are seen by forming in beautiful, glorious constellations that adorn in the sky. But if the reference is to a sky serpent, it must. Damn, I froze. I realized I froze hitting the joint. It was a sky. But if the reference is to a sky serpent, it must be either the zodiac itself, often painted on the ancient spheres in the form of a serpent bent into a circle, with its tail in its mouth, or to Draco, or to Hydra, which is the longest figure in the sky, stretching through the entire night, and trailing along as if in flight from the point of the scales beneath the Virgin and the Lion to the point where the feet of the crab and the lion press down on its snaky head. Oh, the crab. That's why the summer solstice, the crab is in Mars, or Mars is in the crab. The snake is crushed. That's interesting. It doesn't say that. I just read a lot of books and putting it together in my brain here. The crab. I'd put it on the screen, but I'm gonna skip around books. I'm still looking for that one book. Yeah. So the beneath the Virgin and the Lion. Wait, where was I? Yeah. Let me just read that again. Longest figure in the sky, stretching through the entire night and trailing along as if in flight from the point of the scales, which is scales is what the fuck is that called? Virgo. Well, no, the scales beneath the Virgin and the Lion, to the point where the feet of the crab, which is Cancer, and the lion, which is Leo, press down on the snaky head. All things duly considered, I take it as referring to Hydra, just as Leviathan in Job 41:1 refers to Cetus, the sea monster. The dragon does not so well answer to the description of the fleeing serpent, nor yet the sphere and the figure of the serpent. Hydra is, in every respect, the fleeing serpent, as distinguished from all other astronomic serpents. It does nothing but flee. It flees from the triumphing lion with the bowl of wrath on it, and the bird of doom tearing it, whilst the holders of the precious possession trample its head beneath their feet. But in either case, there is here a distinct recognition of the constellations and their figures, the same noted as the particular garnishing of the heavens to which we are referred to see and read the transcendence of Jehovah. Who Job was, we do not precisely know. That he lived before the Hebrew Exodus, before the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, and hence before Abraham, is evidence from the character, style, and content and non-contents of his sublime book, which is at once the oldest, broadest, most original, and scientific in all the Bible. From repeated astronomical allusions contained in this book, with which uninformed translators have had much trouble, and done some very unworthy work. I want to point out here real quick that does anybody remember how many years did Job live? Let's see how many of you remember. How many years did Job live? Don't look it up. How many years did Job live? Everybody always calls me a heretic. I know the book. How many years did Job live? Let's see some answers. Nobody look it up. Nope. Uh, Good guess, but nope. That's not it. Keep going. Or wait, I might be thinking of. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not retarded. I can't ask a question. I'm pretty sure it's how many years? Okay, I'm thinking of Enoch. Damn it, I'm fucking retarded. Okay, my bad. Let's see here. Derp. No. Okay, so it was Enoch that was 365. Okay, so never mind what my interjection. Where was that? From repeated astronomical illusions contained in the book, which uninformed translators have had much trouble and done some very unworthy work. Different mathematicians have calculated that Job lived and wrote somewhere between 2100 and 50 years before Jesus, which carries us back to more than 1,000 years before Homer and the Greeks, and a millennium and a half before Thales, the first of the Greek philosophers. And yet, already in the time of Job, the heavens were astronomically laid out and arranged in a manner just described, with the zodiac formed, the constellations named, the figures in them drawn and recorded, and the same accepted and celebrated by God's people as a particular adornment of the sky in which to read the Almighty's glory. Very significant is the word garnished, here employed by our translators. Its main sense is that of ornament, decoration, or something added for embellishment. But it has been further mentioned of summons and warning, and by these adorning, Goth had summoned the heavens and filled them with proclamations and warnings of his great purposes. Perhaps it would be hard to find another word to fit so truly the facts or to the origin of which it stands. It falls in precisely with the whole idea of the celestial luminaries being used for signs, of the gospel being written in the stars, and of the adornment of the beaming of the heavens with the brightness of the sacred brightnesses. And when we come to the direct analysis of these frescoes in the sky, as I propose in my next lecture, we will find the diction of the Bible from end to end most thoroughly conformed to these beautiful constellations. But more remarkable and important is the positive testimony here given to the divine origin of these embellishments and significant frescoes. All interpreters agree that the text refers to the heavenly constellations. This is made the more certain by the designation of the serpent in the second part of the parallelism. That fleeing serpent must mean either Draco, the zodiac, or Hydra, and the affirmation is clear and pointed that the thing referred to is divine in its formation. If the Almighty and His wisdom and power Job is speaking, and of that Almighty has declared, quote, by His Spirit He hath garnished the heavens, His hands formed the fleeing serpent. If the frescoing of the sky with the constellations meant, then He caused it to be done by His Spirit, by impulse and inspiration from His own almightiness. If the zodiac is meant, then His own hand bent and formed it. If the constellation of the dragon or hydra is meant, then He Himself is the author of it, and by implication, the author of the whole system of the constellations of which Draco or Hydra is part. We may wonder and stand amazed and confounded at the assertion, but here from the book is the unaltered voucher for it, that these astronomic figures and their original integrity and meaning are from God and are truly inspired by the Bible itself. Well, so you see, this book is very interesting. I'm not going to read the whole thing here. It's called the what is it? Gospel in the Stars by uh, Gospel in the Stars or Primeval Astronomy by Joseph A. Seiss, Seiss. Let's see here. Freemasons Repository. Where's that one book at? Oh, God. For some reason, I can't find it. Across the Magi by Higgins. I think I've read that one before. Cross the Magi, the Great Solar Myth. Yeah, this is a good one. Cross the Magi by Higgins. Definitely want to read this one. Yeah, I forgot about that one. It goes into some a lot of interesting stuff here. I mean, I guess I could put it on the screen real quick. This one, Higgins, was a high Mason. Let's see here. Higgins, Cross the Magi. Oops. Yeah, so there's the cover. It's got some guy drawing a pentacle on a piece of paper next to the some kind of pyramidion. Unveiling of the greatest of all the ancient mysteries, Frank C. Higgins. Fraternatus. Wait, Fraternatus. What does that stand for? FRNS. I can't remember what that stands for. What is that? $1. That's pretty cheap. Well, no, back then it was probably pretty expensive. Frank C. Higgins. Yeah, so it's all about ancient symbols. Author of Copper Coins in Modern Europe and the Chinese Numismatic Riddle. But you can tell he's, yeah, see, 32nd degree. You see the swastika. That's it. But he was initiate of the Secret Brotherhood. It's not the same as the, because notice it's not, well, it's got two symbols on it, but these were symbols used by the Brotherhood, not by religions. Yeah, so I'm not going to read this or anything, but it goes into like the ancient world, origins of the cross, the some of the mathematics of it. It's a really good book. The Magic Square, very interesting. The ancient symbols. Uh, yeah, that's, what does it say? AUM, Cross of the Magi. Well, that's a different book. But so some of this, because he was connecting with ancient Chinese stuff, and it was very interesting. I'm not saying it's from China or anything. It's cultures were connected. Well, I mean, they got all the cultures seem to have got stuff from ancient man, because ancient man was the sole proprietor of what is this, British collection of British authors. No. Let's see. Character claims and practical work. What the fuck is this? Oh, Freemasonry by Reverend C.G. Finney. What is he going to Morgan here? Yeah, this one. I don't think I read this one yet, but I did skim through it. Let's put it on the screen and skim through it, I guess. I think I gotta take a leak. This is the character claims and practical works. Where to go? So yeah, we're just kind of wrong button. Jump to a random page just to get a taste of the book. Let's see here. Let's jump into it. A companion Royal Archmason secret given to me in charge as such, and I knowing them to be such shall remain as secure and inviolable as the breast in his own without exception. The following obligations are contained in the oath, the Holy Thrice Illustrious Order of the Cross, Knights or Kadesh, etc. Quote, I swear to put confidence unlimited in every illustrious brother of the cross as a true and worthy follower of the blessed Jesus, end quote. Quote, I swear to look on his enemies as my enemies, his friends as my friends, and stand forth to mete out tender kindness or vengeance accordingly, end quote. Yeah, so I'm not reading this one. Solemnly swear in the presence of, I'll read part of it, but revenge from the Haram Abith, not only on his murderers, but also on all who may betray the secrets of this degree. So this is a Masonic oath. And that says in the Masonic oath that they swear to take revenge on the traitors of Freemasonry. It cannot be necessary for your petitioners to enter upon a formal argument in the order satisfying this enlightened assembly that oaths like the foregoing ought not to be administered. The guarded and redundant language in which they are expressed and the barbarous and abhorrent penalties next to them were evidently designed to impose upon the mind of the candidate the necessity of entire and universal obedience to their requirements. They purport to be the injunctions of the supreme power and claim supremacy over every obligation, human or divine. In this light, they were regarded and acted upon by Masons of high standing and character who were concerned in the late Masonic murder committed in the state of New York or connected with the trials which sprang from it. And in this construction, these Masons were justified and upheld by the Grand Chapter and Grand Lodge in that state. Such obligations are obviously in consistence with our allegiance to the state and the obedience which is required by our Maker, with those fundamental principles which constitute the basis of the cement of the civil and religious communities. The Masonic oaths lead directly to the sacrifice of duties and commissions of crimes. They cherish a feeling of selfishness and savage revenge instead of the spirit of God or gospel, and are groundwork of the insidious attempt to effect the entire overthrow of the holy religion. It is for these reasons that your petitioners respectfully request your honors by a suitable legal provision to prohibit the administration of oaths not authorized by the law, and they, as in duty, will ever pray. Foregoing was a petition of about 1,400 citizens of the state of Connecticut who presented to the legislature their session May 1833. Let's see here. 3 witnesses were presented to the petitioners: VIZ, Mr. Hanks of New York, and Messrs. Welch and Hatch of the state, by whom were expected to substitute or substantiate the facts as set forth in the petition. Giving his testimony, Mr. Hanks read the several oaths, etc., as published in Alien's ritual, beginning with that of the entered apprentice and pointing out as it proceeded any discrepancies or variations which he had practiced or known. He had taken, administered, or seen administered the oaths, etc., in 4 different states of the Union: New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Ohio. He had taken himself many degrees and testified from personal knowledge. Testimony of Mr. Hanks is full, explicit, and particular in the first 7 degrees of Masonry, and his statements were supported by those of Messrs. Welch and Hatch as far as their experience extended. Hold on, I need a drink of water. Ugh. Among the facts proved by the testimony were the following: VIC, that Freemasonry with its oaths and penalties was substantially the same everywhere. The variations are slight and in most instances merely verbal, and such as have resulted in unwritten or traditionary communication. That the oaths and penalties of the first 7 degrees are revealed to the world and correctly published by Mr. Allen in his ritual, and by others; that they are so administered in the lodges, and are to be understood according to the plain literal import of the terms in which they are expressed, and as they have been explained by seceding Masons generally; that the declaration of the Massachusetts and Connecticut adhering Masons cannot be made or signed understandingly. The consistence with truth, that the Royal Arch oath, the terms murder and treason not accepted, quote unquote, are sometimes used. Sometimes the expression, quote, in all cases whatsoever, end quote, or in all cases without exception, end quote. See, this is what Cooper was talking about. Fucking, you can go to all sorts of books and find shit that Cooper was talking about. He was quoting totally different books. 'Cause Cooper wasn't lying. Cooper was not making shit up. Bill Cooper died because he talked about this shit. Remember when Todd talks about how it gets scary? He got scared in the 90s because he got threatened for talking about the Masons, for talking about the conspiracy. The, so you see right there in the words, they take oaths to protect their fellow brethren from crimes. This doesn't ring any fucking, same shit the mafia do. I think it might be Hutchinson's book. Same goddamn shit. But notice how it says only in certain, only it's in verbal. It's in some of the books, but then it's not in some of the other books. So you can tell there's 2 different there's variations going on because not all the members are aware of what Freemasonry is. That's why I never joined. I refused to join. I didn't really have to refuse. All I had to do is lie and say I didn't believe in God, because I decided not to join while I was literally in the lodge about to join. I mean, sometimes I wait till the last second to think. Like, this guy just lied to me like 3 times. I know what the G stands for. I know what all this shit stands for. He was lying about simple shit. I was like, this is ridiculous. Grown men lying to each other. Right? I'm not going to fucking join some kind of cult where they sit there and lie to your face until you remember. And then even when you are a member, they lie to your face. People don't understand it. Everybody talks about Masonry. I've been studying Masonry for 20 years. Fucking devoting quite some time to Masonry because 17 years ago I heard Cooper say this same fucking quote, talking about fucking the Masons and their oaths to protect their brethrens, uh, regardless of murder or treason. Uh, well, yeah. I mean, this guy doesn't have the full quote on there, but fucking, I've read the quotes. I've read the books that Cooper says to read. That's all you gotta do, and you'll see the conspiracy. It'll stick out like a fucking neon light, just like he says. This conspiracy that's very complex. Uh, at minimum, it's a battle in between masonry and itself. Blah blah. Notice which not be detailed here. Excuse me. It appears also from the statements of witnesses that the proportions of funds disposed for charitable purposes is extremely small. The lodges are scenes of extravagant mirth and bacchanalian revelry, and the admission, passing, and raising of the candidates occasions of much indecent sport and ridiculous merriment, accompanied with mock murders, fiend discoveries, and profane blasphemies, ceremonies, and representations. From the evidence before them, the committee came to the conclusions expressed in the following report to the Honorable General Assembly of the State of Connecticut, now in session. The committee, to whom was referred the petition of Gaius Lyman and others, beg leave respectfully to report that we have had the same under consideration and inquired by legal evidence into the truth of the matters therein set forth, and are of the opinion that the same have been substantially proved and are true. The committee, at the commencement of the investigation, adopted the rule and made known the same of the petitioners that we should attend to no evidence except such as, in our opinion, would be admissible in the court of law. Petitioners accordingly summoned before us sundry witnesses who, for aught we knew or could discover to the contrary, were men of respectability and intelligence, and upon their testimony, and upon that alone, we have come to our present result. It was proved by these witnesses that oaths similar in character, and some of them identical in phraseology, to those set forth in the petition had been, in their presence and within their hearing, repeatedly administered in the state. The committee believed the administration of such oaths to be highly improper, and that the same should be prohibited by legal enactment. My reasons for this opinion are because they are unauthorized by law, because they bind the person to whom they are administered to disregard and violate the law, because they are, in their natural tendency, subversive to the public morals and blasphemous, because the penalties attached to the breach of them are such as are entirely unknown to our law and forbidden both by the Constitution of the United States and by the Constitution of the state. First, then, these oaths are not authorized by law. In our code of statute law, we have an act which points out that in the cases which oaths shall or may be administered, and prescribes their several forms. In this act we find no such oaths. Indeed, we find upon examination of this code, and although extrajudicial oaths are nowhere expressly prohibited, their unlawfulness is throughout clearly implied. And the implication is no less clear that no persons except those expressly authorized by law may rightfully administer oaths. The committee would barely refer to a number of those acts in which particular persons are, on particular occasions and for particular purposes, authorized to administer oaths. In the act relative to insolvency, the commissioners are expressly authorized to administer an oath to the insolvent debtor. In the act relative to surveyors, the surveyors are authorized to administer an oath of attainment. In the act relating to oaths passed in 1822, clerks of the Senate and House Representatives and the Chairman Committee are, during the session of legislature, authorized to administer oaths. There are other acts of the same nature to which it cannot be necessary particularly to refer. The interference, as we think plainly deducible from these acts, is is that all persons have not the right to administer oaths, and that those oaths only which the law prescribes may be lawfully administered. And we need not ask this honorable body whether the public sense of propriety would not be shocked at witnessing, in open daylight, the administration of an oath by a person not by law authorized, for in a case not by law provided for. An instance, suppose a clergyman, upon the admission of a member into his church, should require him to kneel but down, place his hand on the Bible, and then solemnly swear that he would observe all the rules and regulations of the church, upon no less penalty than to have his throat blank across, his tongue torn out by the roots, and his body buried in the rough sands of the sea. Would not an involuntary shudder pervade the whole community at such a horrid exhibition? And would not our first impression be that this clergyman had violated the law and that he ought forthwith to be prosecuted? Question mark. And yet we may search our statute book in vain for any penal enactment that would reach this case. Again, suppose that any of the charitable and benevolent societies of the present day should, on the admission of a member, compel him to swear an oath of ever living God that he would obey all the laws of the society upon no less penalty than to have his left breast torn open, his heart and vitals taken therefrom, thrown over the left shoulder, carried into the valley of Jehoshaphat, there to become prey to the wild beasts of the field, the vultures of the air. Remember, that's a real Masonic oath. These are real Masonic oaths he's quoting. This book is not no bullshit. Because I've read these oaths in the books. Uh, they're real. Grown men take oaths of blood, swear their allegiance to the brotherhood. And that's not an exaggeration. Not one word of it is an exaggeration. People think they know what's going on. They don't know shit. They do not know shit. I can guarantee you. Uh, we're in some deep shit here. Because, you know, this is why I've devoted 20 years studying this shit. Studying the fucking people that Bill Cooper said was fucking destroying our country. Studying them. Because the New World Order and all this fucking bullshit, uh, you don't know the name of the tune if you don't know what's going on with this shit. That fucking, damn, I need to roll in a fucking joint. The fucking New World Order. People say I'm wasting my time. People say I'm this and that, this and that. Quick to judge. They don't know what I know about this Masonic conspiracy. They don't know. They've never fucking talked to people who are Masons who admitted all sorts of weird shit. Uh, fucking about this secret society, secret brotherhood. Uh, you know, the blood oaths. Just imagine grown men taking blood oaths. Excuse me. Uh, Swearing, because when you read the oaths, they're saying they'll protect their fellow brethren even if their brethren commit crimes. If you don't understand what the fuck I'm getting at, that these fucking Masonic oaths are once the public, because you know, even if you look at the Blue Lodge oaths, I mean the Blue Lodge oaths are still fucked. But I mean they're symbolic, but nobody knows if they are just symbolic. Nobody knows. Are they just symbolic for all the victims of the mafia in South America uh that fucking got Colombian neckties from the fucking mafia? Was that symbolic? Because I guarantee you all those fucking mafia are Masons. All of them. The fucking it's not a race thing. It's not a religious thing, unless we're talking about the secret religion of Freemasonry, which has many aspects because it's not all bad. But like in the hood, you say it's not all good. So, uh, okay, well, I don't know if people even talk like that anymore. Uh, where was I at here? And moreover, suppose this oath to be administered by someone not by law authorized to administer any oath. We need scarcely ask whether an insulted community would not, under a sense that their laws had been wantonly trampled upon, call aloud and with earnestness upon the ministers of justice to punish such awful and disgusting profanity. Yet the ministers of justice could afford them no aid, insomuch as the law has not the subject clothed them with any authority. So remember that most of the judges are all Masons, most of the police are all Masons, most of the fucking lawyers are all Masons. Secondly, we object to the administration of oaths like those set forth in the petition because they bind the person receiving them to disregard, violate the law. In one of the oaths, for instance, the person receiving it swears that he will assist a companion of a certain degree so far as to extricate him from difficulty, whether he be right or wrong. He also swears that he will keep the secrets of the companion of a certain degree without exception, or as the witnesses testify they had heard it administered. Quote, murder and treason not accepted, end quote. Now the committee believe it to be morally wrong, as well as inconsistent with our allegiance to the government under which we live, and a direct violation of the law. To keep a secret to keep secret the commission of any great and flagrant offense against the government. He who conceals treason is himself guilty of misprision of treason. He who conceals murder is himself a murderer. So they're talking about the Masonic oaths in this book. Thirdly, we consider the administration of extrajudicial oaths, especially such are set forth in said petition, improper, because in their tendency they are opposed to sound morals and are blasphemous. The obligation to assist another so far as to extricate him from difficulty, whether he be right or wrong, and to conceal another's secrets, even though those secrets should involve the highest and most enormous crimes, is most assuredly opposed to the spirit of the Gospels and to the pure system of morality therein inculcated, and to call upon the great and awful name of Jehovah to give sanction to such obligations is, in our opinion, the height of blasphemy. Fourthly, remember that the mafia is very religious, but in a way that you've never understood, because they're doing the same stuff as Freemasonry. Fourthly, we believe such oaths to be improper, because the penalties attached to them are such as are unknown to our law, and are opposed both to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state. If the breach of those oaths constitute the crime of perjury, then in our opinion such breach should be punished, and perjury in other cases is punished, as perjury in other cases is punished. By our law, every person who shall commit perjury and shall be therefore duly convicted shall suffer imprisonment, Connecticut State prison, not less than 2 or more, blah blah. And this is the extent of the pains and penalties which humanity of our law will suffer inflicted upon him. But to this violation of the oaths above referred to is annexed a great variety of most cruel and inhuman punishments, such as are not known in the criminal codes of any civilized nation on earth. Among them are the tearing out of the tongue, the splitting it from the tip to roots, the cutting of the cross to ear, the tearing out of the heart, the vitals, exposing them to be destroyed by wild beasts and birds of prey, etc. These penalties we believe to be forbidden by the 10th article of the amendments of the Constitution of the United States, which prohibits the infliction of all cruel and unusual punishments, by the 10th section of the first article of the Constitution of this state, which declares that no person shall be arrested, detained, or punished except in cases clearly warranted by law. For these and for obvious other reasons which must be obvious to the good sense of the honorable body, we are of the opinion that the prayer of the petition ought to be granted, and we would therefore recommend a passage of accompanying bill for public act, all of which is respectfully submitted, signed per order Thomas Backus, Chairman. So let's see here. 3. I introduced the published Renunciation of Freemasonry, Jarvis F. Hanks of New York, 1829, and Calvin Hatch, published 1831. Also the published Renunciation of Henry Fish, Edwin Chapman, and Bliss Welch, 1830. These are found on the cover of the tract and are only specimens of a multitude of similar renunciations published in various books and journals. Okay, so to the editor of the Anti-Masonic Beacon. Well, I'm not going to read all this. I'm going to go through here. I was initiated in 1821, taken 18 degrees. My motives were curious and expectation of personal advantage, while at the same time I was dishonest enough to profess a disinterested benevolence to my fellow man was my object. I have been entrusted with the highest offices in the Gifted Lodge of the Chapter of VIZ, Worshipful Master, and Most Excellent High Priest, which I acknowledged at the time and I considered very flattering distinctions. I approved of the abduction of William Morgan as a just act of masonry, and I had been called upon to assist should, under the opinions I then held, have felt bound to attend the summons and obey it. I remained in favor of the institution several months after the abduction of William Morgan. I was convinced of an evil and folly of masonry from the inquiry I've instituted in my own mind, which I was determined should I be conducted privately, candidly, impartially, and if possible without prejudice. Under the scrutiny of the investigation, I brought the law of God contained. Okay, so let me just point some out here. A few pages ago, it said that the Masons were telling secrets about themselves to a fellow brethren, and that brethren knew a secret about them. So, if the mafia is using Freemasonry as well, which they are, they have members telling each other secrets. Wouldn't that be very something that they could be using as blackmail? Blackmail. I mean, that's obvious. Uh, Everybody wants to know how the inner workings of all this stuff works, but nobody wants to read any books. Fucking damn it. Let's see here. Masonic oaths, blah blah. Masonic confessions. What the fuck's my later? He blah blah. Cast the hell. Let's skip that one. Jarvis F. Hanks. Excuse me. Let's see here. Advanced to third, soon after the fourth degree. The head mystery of the institution remained intolerable, regular attendant upon blah blah. 1890, 1819. Hoodwinked to the principles of the institution. Blah blah. What do we got? Heavy masters. Oh, I don't think I've read that one. What year was that printed roughly? Usually I stick to a lot of the older books, unless it's about like Nazis or something. Well, Nazis or commies or New Age bullshit. Fucking So let's see what we got here. Blah blah blah. Absolving the fraternity. Looks like I happen to open it up on a really good part. No, there's just a bunch of. Well, these are letters of renunciation. So yeah, it's funny. I just open up a random book and fucking find some really good shit. The good shit. Blah blah. Characters of Freemasonry. Okay, relative relation to the initiation as a whole and receive notices. The other. Skip ahead here. The first of their oaths is that of an entered apprentice. These oaths are administered in the following manner: the candidate stands on his knees with his hands in the Holy Bible. The worshipful master pronounces the oath in short sentences, and the candidate repeats after him. The oath of the entered apprentice is as follows. Uh, well, so I forget what AB stands for. Damn it. Fuck. I blank blank of my own free will and accord in presence of Almighty God and this worshipful lodge of free and accepted Masons dedicated to God and held forth by the Holy Order of St. John, do hereby and hereon most sincerely promise and swear that I will always hail, ever conceal, and never reveal. I always thought it was heal, not hail. I'm fucking retarded. I always hail, ever conceal, and never reveal any part or parts, art or arts, point or points of the secret arts and mysteries. I'm just gonna screenshot this because I always forget to screenshot this shit. Oh, god damn it. Fucking mouse. Okay. Ancient Freemasonry, which I. Oh, god damn it. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, which I have received and about to receive or may have hereafter be instructed in any person or persons in the known world, except it be a true and lawful brother mason or within the body of a just and lawful constituted lodge of such, and not unto him or unto them whom I shall hear so to be, but unto him and them only whom I shall find so to be after strict trial and due examination or lawful information. Damn it. Okay, so furthermore, I do promise and swear that I will not write, print, stamp, stain, hew, cut, carve, indent, paint, or engrave it on anything movable or immovable under the whole canopy of heaven, whereby or whereon the least letter, figure, character, mark, stain, shadow, or resemblance may become legible or intelligible to myself or to any other person in the known world, whereby the secrets of masonry may be unlawfully obtained through my unworthiness, to all of which I do most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear without the least equivocation, mental reservation, or self evasion of mind and me whatever, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my throat blank across, my tongue blanked out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea at low water mark, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours, just like Roberto Kelvy. So help me God, and keep me steadfast and due performance the same. Late in Masonry, 8th edition, page 27. Upon this oath, I remark, quote, well, I might just skip to the next oath. Yeah, the Bible is against taking oaths. I'm sure you've all read the Bible, so you already know that. Which I brought that up. That was another logical reason why I didn't join the Masons. Not because I'm not a Christian, but I do believe in the logic of the Bible. Don't take an oath. Don't judge. Judge not unless you be judged. You know, the Ten Commandments. Let's see. Where's the next oath at here? Blah 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 blah. Okay, so I think I'm almost to the next one here. Okay, so it looks like he's got a couple quotes here that are relevant. Blah blah. The oath is really found the virus of all that follows in Freemasonry. The candidate is sworn to keep secret everything that he is to be revealed to him in Freemasonry, of which as yet he knows absolutely nothing. This is frequently repeated in the obligation that follow. It will be observed that the candidate says, to all of which I do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear, without the least equivocation, mental reservation, or self-invasion evasion of the mind in me, whatever. Richardson, who published Freemason's Monitor in 1860, in the fourth page, his preface says of Masonry, quote, the oaths and obligations were then undoubtedly binding. That is when Freemasonry was first established. Not only for the protection of the members, but preservation of very imperfect arts and sciences of that period. Blah, blah. Okay, so here. Blah, blah. So here's another. Hence binding through every degree of Masonry. All this solemnly swear, blah, blah. Okay, that's just reiterating. There's the next oath. Master degree. I pass over the second degree of Masonry, the oath of which in substance is similar to the first, and this number will consider the oath or obligation of the Master Mason. I do not notice the ridiculous manner in which the candidate for the different degrees is dressed and conducted into the lodge. The scenes through which they are passed are most humiliating and ridiculous, and cannot fail to be regarded by all who will read the books in which they are described. I quote the 8th edition of Light by Masonry by Elder David Bernard, published by J.W. Shuey, Dayton, Ohio. The obligation of the master's degree will be found on the 73rd and 74th pages of this work, and is as follows. Damn it, I forget what AB stands for. My lighter's like totally dead, so I gotta make sure I don't let my joint go out. This is third degree. IAB of my own free will and accord. No, they also say that in witchcraft as well. My own free will and accord. Notice, you enter into a witchcraft coven, a real witchcraft coven, not some kind of stupid bullshit that you see on Facebook or something. But they'll say they'll make you take an oath saying your own free will and accord. I've read it in the books. The presence of Almighty God in this worshipful lodge of the Master Masons, erected to God and dedicated to the Holy Order of St. John, to hereby and hereupon most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear in addition to my former obligations that I will not give the degree of masturbation to anyone of the inferior degree, nor to anyone in the known world, except it be to a true and lawful brother or brethren masturbation, or within the body of a just and lawfully constituted lodge of such, and not unto him nor unto them whom I shall hear so to be, but unto him and with only whom I shall find so to be after strict trial and due examination. Where is it? Or lawful formation received. Furthermore, I do promise and swear that I do not give the master's word, which I shall there hereafter receive, neither in the lodge nor out of it, except it be on the 5 points of fellowship, and then not above my breath. Remember what Cooper said. Also, remember what was it Woodrow Wilson? He would a conspiracy so vast that he had better not speak in condemnation of them above his breath. Hold on, let me find that quote here. Oh, god damn it. Here it is. Woodrow Wilson, 1913, he said, some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of something. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. What do you think Woodrow Wilson was talking about there? He's talking about the Master Mason's oath. If you guys aren't catching on, no, sorry, no offense. Damn it, my joint went out. I'll just reiterate. Except it be on the 5 points of fellowship, and then not above my breath. That's what Woodrow Wilson was talking about. The Masons. The Masons. The Masons. It's not a fucking, it's not too hard to fucking unravel this fucking riddle that nobody seems to understand. Furthermore, I do promise and swear that I will not give the grand healing sign of distress, except I am in real distress or for the benefit of the craft when at work. We're not talking about a job. We're talking about the great work of Freemasonry. Or should I ever see that given sign, or hear the word accompanying it, and the person who gave it appearing to be in distress? I forget the distress word. 5 points of fellowship word is Moabone, Mahabone. And in the degree, though, when you receive the word, you say Mekbanak, and they say Mahabone, and then it's 2 words of ancient Chaldean. Uh, where's that? Blah blah. I will fly to his relief at the risk of my own life, should there be a greater probability of saving his life than losing my own. Furthermore, I do promise and swear that I will not excuse me, wrong this lodge, nor a brother of this degree, to the value of 1 cent, knowingly myself, nor suffer it to be done by others, if in my power to prevent. Furthermore, I do promise and swear that I will not be at the initiating, passing, and raising a candidate at one communication without a regular dispensation from the Grand Lodge for the same. Furthermore, I do promise and swear that I will not be at the initiating, passing, or raising a candidate in this clandestine lodge. I knowing it to be such. Excuse me. Further do I swear that promise to swear that I will not be at the initiating of any old man in dotage. I don't know. Whoa, sure what that means. A young man in nonage, an atheist, irreligious, libertine. I think it means crazy or something. Idiot, madman, hermaphrodite, nor a woman. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will not speak evil of a brother master mason, neither behind his back nor before his face, but will apprise him of all approaching danger in my power. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will not violate the chastity of Master Mason's wife, mother, sister, or daughter, I knowing them to be such, nor suffer it to be done by others, if my power to prevent it. Furthermore, I do promise and swear that I will support the Constitution of the Grand Lodge of the State of Blank, which under this lodge is held to conform to all the bylaws, rules, and regulations of this or any other lodge of which I may at any time hereafter become a member. Damn it, this fucking joint went out again. Furthermore, I do promise and swear that I will obey all regular signs, summons, or tokens given, handed, sent, or thrown to me from the hand of another brother master mason, or from the body of a just and lawfully constituted lodge of such, provided it be within the length of my cable toe. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that Master Mason's secrets given to me in charge as such, and I knowing them to be such, shall remain as secure and inviolable in my breast as in his own, murder and treason accepted. See, this is the Mason. This is third degree Masonic oath right here, and they left to my own election. See, this is relevant because later in the 31st degree, it says, well, it goes on even further. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will go on a Master Mason's errand whenever required, even should I have to go barefoot and barehanded, if within the length of my cable toe. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will always remember a brother Master Mason when on my knees offering up my devotions to God. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will be aiding and assisting all poor indigent Master Masons, their wives and orphans, wherever so disposed around the globe, as far as in my power without injuring myself or family materially. Furthermore, I do promise and swear that if any part of this solemn oath or obligation be omitted at this time, that I will hold myself amenable thereto wherever formed. trying to not let the joint go out. To all which I do most solemnly promise and swear that with a fixed and steady purpose of mind in me to keep and perform the same, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my body blanked in two in the midst and divided. Well, if you can't read the screen, it says severed. Keep in mind, this is the third degree Masonic oath that we're reading out of a book. It's a real Masonic oath. I've confirmed it in other Masonic books. Blah blah. Severed in two, divided to the north and south. My bowels burnt to ashes in the center, and the ashes scattered before the four winds of heaven, that there might not the least track or trace of remembrance remain among men and masons of so vile and perjured or wretched as I should be, were I ever to prove wilfully guilty of violating any part of this solemn oath or obligation of the Master Mason. So help me God, and keep me steadfast in due performance of the same. So you see, Masonic oaths are no joke. Uh, ooh. Oh, let's see, where does it go on here? Blah, blah. So we've all heard the oath. We don't need to understand what fucking was said. So let's get on to the next oath if he goes to the fourth degree. Remember that earlier in the book it was talking of testimony of uh, Masons that claimed that they were in on Captain William Morgan's death. Okay, Morgan, oath, secrets, blah, 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 blah. Okay, okay, so the guy's nitpicking the oath. Blah, blah. I'm just trying to skip through this part because I can tell what he's getting at, and I'm sure y'all have common sense. And okay, so here we go. Royal Arch Degree, Chapter 7, page 89. The fourth degree of Masonry is that of Mark Mason. Mark Master. The fifth is that of Past Master. The sixth is most excellent. And these same points and substance are sworn to as in Master's degree. In each succeeding oath, the candidate recognizes and reaffirms all of his past obligations. In nearly every obligation, the candidate swear implicit allegiance to the Grand Lodge, the United States, the Grand Lodge, the state under which the Lodge holds its charter. The candidate swears also that he will never be present at the raising of any person to a higher degree who has not regularly taken each and all of the previous and lower degrees. In the first degree, secrecy alone is enjoined. After this, additional clauses are introduced at every step until the oaths of some of the higher degrees spread over several pages. Remember that the higher up Masons are never to tell the lower Masons any of the secrets. The Blue Lodge Masons think their Blue Lodge is just full of Blue Lodge Masons, when in fact there's always higher degree Masons in the Blue Lodge, just like to hang out, or I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm not sure what the fuck they're doing. Ooh. Surprised I got that roach light. Oh. They nearly all pledge pecuniary help to the poor and the blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay, let's see. Where does it go here? Up to the seventh degree or royal arch degree, and the oath of this degree, the candidate, as we shall see, swears to keep all the secrets of companion of this degree. Uh, blank and blank are accepted. All masons of the above and above this degree are solemnly bound to do this. The same is true of all the points sworn in the obligations which we proceed to examine. They're going after this discussion on here in this book because they're swearing to keep crimes of their fellow members secret. That's because that's what they're doing. Blah blah, substantially and almost verbatim alike, except the new points are added. The candidate goes on from one degree to another. The Royal Arch degree is taken from Lodge called chapter. The Mason's degree is called the companion. While the lower degrees, Masons address each other as brothers. Swearing to the same points contained in the previous taken oaths, the kneeling candidate with hands when the Bible proceeds, quote, I furthermore promise and swear that I will aid and assist the companion Royal Arch Mason when engaged in any difficulty and espouse his cause so far as to extricate him from the same, if within my power, whether he be right or wrong. The Here then we have a class of men sworn under the most frightful penalties to espouse the cause of companion so far as to extricate him from any difficulty, to the extent of their power, whether he is right or wrong. How can such a man be safely entrusted with any office connected with I can't talk. With any office connected with the administration of the law? He means to abide law and perform this solemn law, or he does not. If he does, will he not inevitably defeat the due execution of the law if entrusted with office connected with it? Suppose he is a magistrate, a sheriff, marshal, or constable. Will he not be able to prevent the execution of justice if he does all within his power as he solemnly sworn to do? Let's talk about the Masonic oaths intervening. If on jury, if sworn as witness, how can he be trusted if he fulfills his most Masonic vows? So how can anybody be trusted if they fulfill their Masonic vows? You know, everybody thinks it's a joke. I remember when I was going to custody court and fucking and I told the lawyer I was like, I don't want no Masons in the courtroom lying for each other, and his face got lit up from what I said. And then when I went 2 weeks later to go to court, fucking there was all sorts of there's police standing at the door, fucking getting in my face, an inch from my face, saying, "What the fuck are you gonna do?" And I was like, "I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just trying to get to court." And I had a folder with some papers in it. I was wearing some clothes that looked halfway decent. And fucking, I was just trying to get to the elevator, walk to court, and they were getting up in my face, fucking, talking mad shit, trying to fucking get me to do something stupid, like fucking push them out of my face. The dude was fucking an inch from my fucking face, getting up in my face. Why? Because I told that lawyer I didn't want no Masons in the courtroom lying for each other. You think it's a joke? It ain't no fucking joke. They all fucking take it personal. But it's a motherfucking fact, Jack. Damn, I'm gonna roll another fucking. No, damn, I shouldn't smoke a cigarette. Okay, so I'm gonna take a brief intermission, take a leak real quick. Let's see here. what I should put on. I'll go take a leak. Let's see, where the fuck is the folder? Jimmy Hoffa. Well, let's just put on part of Bill Cooper's speech for a minute.
Christian. It means you have to let other people be free. But you can't. I'm going to teach you how to not know socialism.
No, let's go back here.
She's having a hard time paying. Any entity called a devil and they do not believe in God.
Okay,
and will himself become God.
Oh, rewind it more.
Every Messiah. Adam and Eve were held prisoner in the Garden of Eden by an unjust, cruel, and vindictive God. Until Lucifer, through his agent Satan, set man free from this garden by giving him the gift of intellect. Through the use of intellect, man will conquer the earth, will conquer nature, and will himself become God. It's taught in every Masonic temple in this land. Every secret brotherhood, every secret society, every mystical temple, every occult organization teaches the Luciferian philosophy. They do not believe in Lucifer. They do not believe in any entity called a devil, and they do not believe in God. It is a mistake for you to assume that they do. They are atheists in the strictest sense of the word. They are humanists. That's their religion. At the highest level, their goal is to create a world in which the adepts, the 1,000 points of light, working behind the veil to create the culmination of the great plan, can realize the ultimate happiness for mankind. That's why they don't oppose pornography. That's why they don't oppose certain crimes. That's why they say you should not be put in jail for the rest of your life for murder or anything else. There should be no death penalty, because it was a learning experience. And having gone through that learning experience, you're a better person now. This is what they teach. They believe punishment for these crimes is nothing more than vengeful retribution, which is wrong in their eyes. So these are really the two philosophies that we have competing with each other in the world today. And they manifest themselves in four major powers. And another one, which is a minor power. You may disagree with me when you hear what this minor power is, but first I'm going to tell you what the major powers are. But first I have to prepare you with a little bit more history. After this, which is represented in the mysteries and the occult sciences by the gift of fire, by who? Who brought man the gift of fire? Prometheus. Who was Prometheus? Lucifer. What was the gift of fire? Knowledge, intellect. Hasn't man created industry, culture, society, science from the use of one solitary thing? Fire. Without fire, none of it would have occurred. None of it. Nothing. There would be no society without fire. That's how it's represented in the ancient myths and in the myths.
Yeah, that dude that claims to be a 33rd degree Mason with millions of views is a fake Mason. He's not a real Mason. I know who that dude is. He's full of shit. He claims he's a vampire. No offense to the commenter. Let's see here. My name is Dr. Cigarette. No. uh, yeah, so back to this book. These Masonic oaths and degrees are very relevant to understanding the conspiracy. This conspiracy is very vast, very, very tricky. See, when I read you these oaths, it was going along with the title of this video: Illuminati and Mind Control. Illuminism and Mind Control. What do you think those oaths were? It's more than just subconscious mind control. It's them literally taking oaths saying fucking they'll have great penalties. It's a lot more than mind control. The secret religion exists all around the world. A secret religion of grown men taking oaths that they'll uphold their brotherhood and they're members of their brotherhood above the law. What does that mean to all of you? I've contemplated it for years. They're taking oaths to something and disregarding our Constitution? That's ridiculous. How could someone do such a thing? It's all relevant because of the 31st degree oath, which I'm sure the book will get to. If it's gotten to this stuff, I guarantee it's probably going to quote the 31st degree oath. You better believe that. Believe that. In case you any foreign people, I was saying believe that. It's American slang 26 years ago. Believe that. Uh, okay, so let's go on. Damn it. This should have been a good clip of Cooper for you to understand some of the stuff. Okay, where am I at? Let's keep going here. I don't think I'm gonna stay on for very much longer. My back hurts. Where's another oath? So what is this? The an advocate who would espouse the cause of a criminal so far as to extricate him from his difficulty, whether right or wrong, would deserve the extrication of both God and man. The candidate in this degree proceeds as follows. Also, that I will promote a companion Royal Archmason's political preferment and a preference to another of equal qualifications. Bernard, who has taken this and many other Masonic oaths, says in his Light on Freemasonry in a footnote that the clause of this oath is in some chapters made a distinct point in the obligation thus: I furthermore promise and swear that I will vote for a companion Royal Archmason before any other of equal qualifications. And in some chapters both are left out of the obligation. Upon this clause, I remark, Freemasons deny that Freemasonry has anything to do with any man's political opinions or actions, provided he be not the enemy of his country. From this obligation or oath he can judge of the truth or falsehood of this profession. Again, who does not know that thousands of Southern rebels were and are accepted Freemasons? Again, who does not know that thousands of Southern rebels were and are accepted Freemasonry? How does this fact compare with the pretense that Freemason must be loyal to the government under which he lives? See, that's a good example right there. Very good example. The higher degrees they swear to be loyal and true to their government, but are the Southern Masons so? Question mark. Because remember, how many Northern Scottish Rite Lodges do you hear about? It's always the Southern Scottish Rite Lodges. Remember that. The Southern, not the Northern ones. It's always the Southern ones. Why does fucking my camera keep fucking up? It's always the Southern Scottish Rite Lodges. You never hear about the Northern ones. We see why such efforts are made to increase the number of Royal Archmasons and the reasons held out to induce political aspirants to become Royal Archmasons. It is said, I suppose, truly that Royal Archmasons are multiplying by scores of thousands in this country. It is beyond a doubt the design of their leaders to control the elections and secure the offices throughout the country. From letters received from reliable parties, I learned that in some localities, Masons avowed this design. But whether they avow it or deny it, this oath unmistakably reveals their design. Why is this clause found in the oath? This presumptive and foolhardiness to ignore this plain revelation of their design to control the government, secure the offices, and have everything of their own. The public cannot be aroused to look this conspiracy in the face and rise up and put it. I'm reading a book here. And surely find too late their hands are tied and that virtual slavery or bloody revolution awaits us. Keep in mind, I'm reading a book. Our children and grandchildren will reap the bitter fruits of our own folly and credulity. What do Freemasons mean by this oath? They either intend to keep it or not to keep it. If they mean to do as they have promised under the most solemn oath to do, then Freemasonry, Freemasonry of this and all higher degrees is a political conspiracy to secure the offices and control the government. I say Freemasonry is this and of all the higher degrees, for be it remembered that all Masons of and above this degree have taken the oath of this degree. I quote the following from the Able editorial, Albany Evening Journal, October 27th, 1831. An addition was made to the Master's Oath in the northern part of the state a few years since by Governor Pincher. Pitcher, who introduced it from Vermont, was to the effect that in voting for officers, a preference should be given to a Mason over another candidate of equal qualifications. Very respectable testimony of the fact was published very generally in the newspapers about 2 years since, and has never, to the knowledge of the writer, been contradicted or questioned. I already clipped this one. Contradicted or questioned. It is admitted that this obligation in terms has not generally been administered, that is, in a master's lodge, but it is insisted that if the principle be once admitted that men in our country may band together in secret conclave for any purpose not known to the laws, may bind themselves under obligations involving the penalty of death for their transgressions, they may as well pledge themselves to any new object or purpose as to those for which they have already associated. There is no limit to the extent of such associations, if they are allowed at all. The principle itself is radically wrong, but independent of any positive obligation. The very creation of such artificial ties of brotherhood, the strength which they acquire by frequent repetition and by associations of the fraternity, necessarily produce a clannish attachment which will ordinarily exhibit itself the most important concerns of life in bestowing business. Why does my camera keep fucking going out? Business and patronage on a brother, and in elevating him to office and rank which will reflect back honor upon the order to which he belongs. The inevitable result, therefore, of such institutions is to give one class of citizens unequal and unjust advantages over those who are not of the favored order. And when we find this natural result hastened and strengthened by obligations, under the most awful penalties, to fly to the relief of a brother, to espouse his cause, whether right or wrong, and to conceal his crimes, have not the rest of the community a right to say to these exclusive, these privileged orders, we will not submit to your usurpations until you restore your fellow citizens to equal rights and privileges with you? We will not give you our votes or trust you with public office, quote unquote. To these remarks I fully subscribe, blah blah, but I return to another clause of this oath. The candidate proceeds. Furthermore, do I promise to swear the companion royal archmason's secrets given me in charge as such, and I knowing them to be such shall remain as secure and inviolable in my breast as in his own. Murder and treason not accepted. So remember that 31st degree, they say that it is accepted as part of the secrets of the brotherhoods. Blah blah, without exception upon the clause. Let's skip this one. Blah blah. Where's the next oath here? Chapter 4: Sworn to persecute. Masons are sworn to persecute unto death anyone who violates the Masonic obligation. The oath of the thrice illustrious Order of the Cross, the candidate swears as follows. A thrice illustrious Order of the Cross. Hold on, let me just. Which book I gotta remember which one that was. Thrice. Oh, my fucking later's dead. Oh well. Thrice. Where's that at? Elu. Real Arch. Sword, Cross. Tabernacle. Okay, I'm not seeing it. It must be up. Okay, well, I'm gonna read anyways. Candidate swears as follows, quote, Light Masonry, 8th edition, page 199, quote, you further swear that should you know another to violate any essential point of this obligation, you will use your most decided endeavors by the blessing of God to bring such person to the strictest, most condign punishment, agreeably to the rules and the usages of the ancient fraternity. And by this, by pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interests, by deranging his business, by transferring his character after him wherever he may go, and by exposing him to the contempt of the whole fraternity and of the world during his whole natural life. End quote. The penalty of the obligation is as follows, quote, to all and every part thereof we then bind you, and by ancient usage you bind yourself under the no less infamous penalty than dying the death of a traitor by having a spear, a sharp instrument like our divine master, thrust into your left side, bearing testimony even in death to the power and justice of the mark of the Holy Cross. End quote. So you see, that's one of their oaths. Blah blah. It's a very complicated subject. Okay, so let's see. Lecturing on Freemasonry. Furthermore, blah blah. Let's skip that. Okay, so here we go. The degree of the Knight's Adept of the Eagle or the Sun. Which one is that? Pretty sure it's like the Knight's Adepts of the Eagle or the Sun. Remember the secret grip of the Eagle's claw? Knight's Adept of the Eagle, the Sun. Eagle of the Sun. Knights. I'm on the wrong side here. Hold on here. Oh, here it is. Knight of the Sun, Adept, 28th degree. Okay, so that other one must have been the Knight Commander of the Temple. So we're at the 28th degree. Okay. The degree of Knights Adepts of the... Well, I guess I could scroll down a little bit first. Knights Adepts of the Eagle or the Sun, Light of Masonry, 8th edition, page 269. Quote, the man peeping by the man you saw peeping and who was discovered and seized and conducted to death is an emblem of those who come to be initiated into our secret mysteries through the motive of curiosity, and if so indiscreet as to divulge their obligations, we are bound to cause their death and to take vengeance on the treasons by the destruction of the traitors. Keep in mind I'm reading a Masonic oath here from a book. Here we find that Freemasons of this and higher degrees are solemnly pledged to destroy the lives of those who violate their oaths, obligations. William Deacon William A. Bartlett of Pellow, Iowa, in his public renunciation of Freemasonry says, Letters on Freemasonry by Elder John G. Stearns, page 169. Quote, during the winter or spring following my initiation, a resolution was offered to my lodge for adoption. The lodge for adoption to be published outside of the lodge, condemning the abduction of Morgan. After much discussion, the worshipful master called another to the chair and said, quote, brethren, what do you mean by offering such a resolution as this? Had we been at Batavia, we would have done just what these brethren have done, and taken the life of Morgan, because the oaths of Masonry, keep in mind I'm reading a book here, demand it at our hands, and will you condemn the brethren for doing what you would have done had you been there? I trust not. When the vote to, end quote. When the vote to condemn them was taken, but 3 voted in favor of the resolution. There was an abundant proof that Freemasonry Freemasons generally at first denied the murder of Morgan, and when they could no longer have courage to not deny it, they justified it. Till the public indignation was so much aroused as to make them ashamed to justify it. Let those who wish for proof on the questions of their justifying it read the volume of Elder Stearns to be had at the book stores, and he will find evidence of that fact. Profanity of Masonic oaths. Light Masonry, 7th edition, page 182, which a lecture a candidate is giving an account. When he passed through, he says, quote, I took the cup, which it says the upper part of a skull, in the hand and repeated after the Grand Commander the following obligation. This pure wine I now take in testimony of my belief in the mortality of the body and the immortality of the soul, and may this libation appear as a witness against me here and there. Hereafter, in the sins of the world were laid upon the head of the Savior, so may all the sins committed by the person whose skull this was be heaped upon my head in addition to my own, should I ever knowingly or willfully violate or transgress any obligation that I have heretofore taken at this time or shall in any future period take in relation to any degree of masonry under knighthood, so help me God. So it's talking about that's an old Templar oath talking about Jesus. Masonry here, blah blah. Drinking wine, blah blah. Obligation. Okay, let's see here. Okay, he's nitpicking it apart, and I understand why, but I'm not trying to read all this. What is this? Conclusion. This obligation says all this I promise in the name of the Father, blah blah. Anathema Maranatha, Anathema Maranatha. Cursed. Anathema Maranatha is understood to mean accursed at the Lord's coming. Again, the Knights of the Red Cross take the application upon the following penalty. Page 164, to all which solemnly promise to swear, binding myself on endless penalty, having my house torn down, the timbers thereupon set up, and I blanked thereupon, and when I last shall blow, forever excluded from the society of all true and courteous knights, should I ever willfully or knowingly violate any part of the solemn obligation of Knights of the Red Cross, so help me God, and keep me steadfast, and keep me to perform the same. The Knights of the Eagle, the Sovereign Prince of the Rose Cross, de Herodon, and receiving this degree, pass through the following page 253 of Bernard's 8th edition of Light on Freemasonry. During this time, the brethren of the second department take off their black decorations and put on the red, and also uncover their jewels. The candidate knocks on the door. The warden, for answer, shuts the door in his face. The master of ceremonies says, quote, these marks of indignity are not sufficiently humiliating. You must pass through more rigorous proofs before you can find it. He then takes off the candidate the chasuble and black apron and puts over the black cloth covered with ashes and dust, and says to him, I am going to conduct you into the darkest and most dismal place, from whence the word shall triumphantly come to the glory of advantage of masonry. He then takes him to the third apartment, and takes from him his covering, and makes him go 3 times around, where the circumambulation of the lodge. showing him representation of torments and damned. When he is led to the door of this chapter, the master of the ceremony says to him, quote, "The horrors which you have just now seen are but a faint representation of those you shall suffer if you break through our laws or infringe the obligations you have taken." In a footnote, the editor says, quote, "This certainly caps the climax and readers of the institution of masonry complete, and renders the institution of masonry complete. The torments of the damned, the awful punishment which the Almighty inflicts on the violators of righteous laws, but a faint emblem of the punishment which Masonry has declared shall be inflicted on the violators of Masonic law, guilty of the infraction of Masonic obligations." Blah 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 blah. Well, I guess I'll screenshot that last part. Yeah, so I understand what he's getting at here. Well, I guess I should speak on behalf of all of you, but I wasn't planning on spending this much time on this one book. But oh, damn it, okay, there we go. Does Masonry exact these oaths for the sake of concealing them from outsiders? The miserable falsehood that palm off their candidates, which everywhere abound in Masonry. Blah blah. If Hiram Abiff was murdered as Masons pretend, if the Ark of the Covenant, its secret contents, was really found in the vault underground as Masons pretend, is there any justifiable reason for concealing them from the whole world? These facts. Blah blah. Passing through strange oaths. The highest Masonic authority has affirmed that their secrecy is essential to their existence, and that if their secrets were exposed, the institution could not live. Now, this is no doubt true, and there's a great reason, as I conceive, for guarding their secrets with such horrid oaths. But I said in an early number that Masonry is a swindle. Where are the important secrets which they promise to their candidates? For what do the candidates pay their money but really to be imposed upon? But it may be well asked, why do Masons once embarked on Masonry go on from one degree to another? Wait, where's that here? To another, multiplying their oaths, obligations, and implications. When they are once within the lodge, take a degree, they dare not do otherwise than go forward. I could quote numerous instances from writings of seceding Masons showing how they have been urged to step to step and assured if they would proceed that everything would be explained to their satisfaction. They have been told, as in the case of Mr. Allen just noticed, that everything would be qualified and explained to their satisfaction. Upon which, blah blah, the Sir Knights drew their swords when he hesitated to go forward, and the most eminent informed him that he must go forward, or their swords would avenge his disobedience. The fact is, when once within the lodge, they dare not step short of taking the obligation belonging to the degree, and they are persuaded by those who have taken higher degrees to go forward from one degree to another. And the great Masonic argument to keep them steadfast in concealing the imposition that has been practiced upon them, and to persuade them not to renounce and expose what they have been passed through, is that of having their blanks cut, their tongues torn out of their roots, their heart and vitals torn, thrown to vultures, blah blah. Masons profess not to invite or persuade any to join their lodges, and the candidates, when they come forward for their degrees, are asked if they come forward of their own free will and accord. Remember, the answer is yes. They've been persuaded to it. Where's the next oath here? So you're going to get to the 31st degree oath or what? But again, under the oaths, blah, blah, blah. What do we got here? Profane use of the Bible. Let's get this. Where's the page down? Well, what is? Okay, I'm gonna skip that. Oops. Well, okay, so maybe I should read a little bit of this. Okay, yeah, I guess I should read this. Damn it, I don't want to read all this. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. The Knights of the East and West take the following oath, pass through the following ceremonies. See pages 214 through 220 of first edition or 8th edition, 230 to 240 of Bernard's Light of Freemasonry. Quote, I, blah, blah, do promise to solemnly swear and declare that in awful presence of the only one most holy, puissant, almighty, and most merciful, great architect of heaven and earth, who created the universe, myself through his infinite goodness, and conducts it with wisdom and justice, and in the presence of the most excellent and upright princes and knights of the East and West, here present the convocation of Grand Council my sacred word of honor under every tie, both moral and religious, that I never will reveal to any persons whomsoever belong me, or to whom the same may not belong, to being legally and lawfully initiated in the secrets of this degree, which are now about communicated to me, under the penalty of not only being dishonored, but to consider my life as be immediate forfeiture, and to be taken from blah blah tortures and pains, to be inflicted in a manner of. Remember, I'm reading a Masonic oath here. Blah blah. Have consented to in preceding degrees. I further solemnly promise to swear that I will pay due obligations and pay due obedience and submission to all the degrees beyond this, etc. All this I solemnly swear and sincerely promise upon the sacred word of honor, under the penalty of the severe wrath of the Almighty Creator of heaven and earth, that I may have mercy on my soul in the great and awful day of judgment. Blah blah blah. The all puissant then takes the ewer filled with perfumed ointment and anoints his head, eyes, mouth, heart, and tip of his right ear. Well, that's bizarre. Tip of his right ear. Well, that's really bizarre. Tip of his right ear. That is very bizarre. Dear brother, received a member of society, you will recollect to live up to the precepts of it, and also remember that those parts of your body which have the greatest power of assisting you in good and evil have this day been made holy. Blah blah. The master of ceremonies then placed the candidate between the two wardens. The draft before him, the senior warden says to him, examine with deliberation and attention everything which the all puissant is going to show you. After the short pause, he, the senior warden, says, is there mortal here worthy to open the book with the 7 seals? All the brethren cast their eyes down and sigh. The senior warden, hearing their sighs, says to them, venerable and respectable brethren, be not afflicted. Here is a victim, pointing to the candidate, whose courage you give content. The senior worded to the candidate, do you know the reason why the ancients have a long beard? Candidate, I do not, but I presume you do. Senior warden, they are those who came here after passing through great tribulation and having washed their robes in their own blood. Will you purchase your robes at so great a price? Candidate, yes, I am willing. The wardens then conduct him to the basin and bare both his arms. They place a ligature on each, the same as performing an operation of bloodletting. Each warden, being armed with a lancet, makes an incision in each of his arms just deep enough to draw a drop of blood, which is wiped on a napkin and then shown to the brethren. The senior warden then says, "See, my brethren, a man who has spilled his blood to acquire knowledge of your mysteries and shrunk not from the trial." Remember, the mafia does this same type of blood rituals as well. Then the all puissant opens the first seal of the great book and takes from thence the bone quiver filled with arrows and a crown, and gives him to the one of the ancients, and says to him, "Depart and continue on the conquest." He opens the second seal and takes out a sword and gives it to the next age, and says, "Go and destroy peace among the profane and wicked brethren, that they may never appear in our council." He opens the third seal and takes a balance and gives it to the next age, and says, "Dispense rigid justice to the profane and wicked brethren." He opens the fourth seal and takes out a skull. Gives it to the next age and says, "Go and endeavor to convince the wicked that death is the reward for their guilt." He opens the fifth seal and takes a cloth stained with blood and gives it to the next age, saying, keep in mind they're talking about ritual magic here. Secret societies. I'm not saying it's real supernatural magic. I'm just saying that's what they call it. When is the time, or the time will arrive, that we shall revenge and punish the profane and wicked who have destroyed so many of their brethren by false accusations? He opens the sixth seal, and that moment the sun is darkened and the moon stained with blood. He opens the seventh seal and takes out incense, which he gives to his brother, and also a vase with 7 trumpets, and gives one to each of the 7 aged brethren. After this, the 4 old men on the 4 corners show their inflated bladders, beeves' bladders filled with wind under their arms, representing the 4 winds, with the all puissant saying says, "Here seen in the fulfillment of prophecy, Revelations 7:3, strike not nor punish the profane wicked out of our order until I have selected the true and worthy masters." When the 4 winds raise their bladders, and one of the trumpets sound, when the 2 wardens cover their candidate's arms, take from him the apron and jewels of the last degree. The second trumpet sounds, and the junior warden gives the candidate the apron and jewel of this degree. The third trumpet sounds, the senior warden gives the long beard, and fourth trumpet sounds, the junior warden gives him a crown with gold. The fifth trumpet sounds, the senior warden gives a girdle of gold. Sixth trumpet sounds, the junior warden gives him a sign, token, and words. Seventh trumpet sounds, in which they all sound together, when the senior warden conducts a candidate on the vacant canopy. This canopy will be recollected as the right side of the All Puissant, who represents Jehovah, sounding of the 7th trumpet, and the conducting of the candidate to the canopy. And this, remember, though, what Albert Pike says. Remember what Albert Pike says. I've said it, I've quoted it many times. Remember what the dark side of Freemasonry says in the book. The God of Masonry is not Jehovah. For all you anti-Semites out there who are writing it down or doing whatever you're doing, you guys don't understand this conspiracy like I do, because I've read it, fucking been through the books over and over and over, reading the Masonic books, sounding of the 7th trumpet of the conducting, blah blah. I don't even know if I should finish reading this part. Blah blah blah. If this is not the Antichrist, then what is? Pass through the trials of Freemasonry and wash their robes. Blah blah blah. That's funny. Let's skip through here. 144,000. Blah blah. The following ceremonies are performed in the Knights of the Christian Mark, found in the same book as preceding, pages 168 through 170, or 8th edition, 188 through 190. Blah blah, white robe, blah blah, iniquities, dwell in the presence, blah blah, taking filthy garments, blah blah blah. When is he gonna get to the 31st degree here? 6 Grandmasters. Woe is me, blah blah, incord. Okay, I'm skipping through this. Behold, blah blah. Mr. takes a signet and presses it on his forehead. He leaves the mark in red letters. King of Kings, Lord of Lords, blah blah. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna skip through this here because there's a lot. I'm trying to cover up or cover a lot. No. Okay, 137, the Royal Arch degree. Question, are you Royal Arch Mason? Answer, I am that I am. Note, I am that I am is one of the peculiar names of the deity. Yeah, we all know that. Okay, skip ahead here. Is he gonna get to the 31st degree or what? What's his place for the candidate's eyes? Blah, blah. Okay, let's skip ahead here. Freemasonry imposes the ignorant. Okay, well, I'm gonna skip ahead here. Masonry is susceptible of change only by additions. Benjamin Russell. Let's see. Important. Well, he says Masonic institution has been and now is the same in every place. No deviation has ever been made, can be made at any time from its usage, rules, and regulations. Okay, let's skip ahead. Okay, oh, there we go. Claim of Freemasonry to great antiquity is false. Well, okay, so their own highest authority is now pronounced to be false, and these claims are kept up in their own ceremonies, blah blah. Solomon, for instance, figures of Freemason everywhere. Lodges are dedicated to St. John. Third degree, there is a scene professed to have been enacted at the temple at the building of the Temple of Solomon. Now, at this utterly fallacious and false pretense, and they swindle because it is obtaining a money from those who join them under the false pretenses. Steinbrenner, a great Masonic historian, after much research with manifest candor, says that speculative Freemasonry, that which is the only form of Freemasonry now existing, dates no further back than 1717. The article on Freemasonry in the New American Encyclopedias agrees with the statement of Steinbrenner. Indeed, all modern research to this subject has resulted in dating the commencement of Freemasonry as it now exists not far from the middle of the 18th century, which is the 1700s. Dr. Dalcho, the compiler of the book Constitutions for South Carolina, says neither Adam nor Noah nor Nimrod, blah blah. That's just where Freemasonry hypothesis is history. History is absurd. Is absurd. There is no record scored. Profane. Blah, blah. They don't understand the symbols. Okay, I'm gonna skip through here. This is a problem with some of these books. Let's see here. Russian benevolence of Freemasons a sham. Okay, I'm looking for the, how is he not mentioning the 31st degree? Oh, where is that at? Freemasonry is a false religion. Oh, that's a complicated subject. Okay. Great good men have been, blah, blah. Okay. Masonic oaths are unlawful and void. Wait, did I see 33? Nope, never mind. Matthew 33, 533. How can he not get into the 31st oath here? Portraits refuse to discuss their principles. Okay, let's go to the next chapter. Relations of Masonry of the Church of Christ. Let's skip that part. Okay, I can't believe that he's not going over the 31st degree conclusion. See, go through this whole thing and not mention the fucking 31st degree. 30. Is it not? No. Okay, so no 31st. Why is my mouse being a bitch? Okay, sorry for the delay here. 31st, 31, 1831. Okay, let me just type in the name of the degree and maybe it'll show up here. What was the name of that 31st degree? Inspector, Inquisitor. Okay, well that's not showing up. Well, sublime degree, 3 degrees, sublime degree, master notes. Okay, so much is it 4 times? I'm not talking about the sublime, I'm talking about the, I was looking for the, sublime prince of the royal secret. It's a 32nd degree. The royal secret. Inspector General. Maybe Prince will come up. Sovereign Prince of the Rose. Blah blah. Where did I read that part? Prince. Royal. 41 times it says Royal. Royal Archmason. Royal Arch Partner. So what's going on about the Royal Arch degree, but blah blah. 112 times it says the words. What the fuck? Okay, what about? Okay, well, I'm going to probably just gonna pass out here. 'That I don't know why it just took me. Why is my fucking shit being retarded? The book was called "The Characters, Claims, and Practical Workings of Freemasonry" by Reverend C. G. Finney, which I'm pretty sure I've heard Cooper quote that book before. Damn it, I still haven't found that book that I was looking for here yet. Book of Aaron Archaeology. What is that? Book of Arran. Okay, that's Beginning of Freemasonry by Higgins. That was pretty interesting. I mean, I'm not gonna. I'll put it on the screen for a minute. Let's see here. No, why didn't it go? I think I've read this. Pretty sure I read this. You see the artwork, the symbol of the cross. Leo, Scorpio, Taurus, and the Aquarius. How the fuck does that keep going off? My computer's haunted. No. So yeah, this the star. Did I just see the word theosophy? Oh, yep, theosophy and Freemason. Yeah, I've read this. I remember this book. 3, 4, 5, the Pythagorean symbol. 3, 4, 5 in the eye. 3, 4, 5. Pythagorean, employed by the ancient Hebrews. Masen, son of God. Word. Is that it? Wait. Yeah, so I'm just going to zoom in here real quick. This is interesting. I mean, I've read this before, but Egyptian name of Mas, the son, a son which was that of Moses, is equal to 3, 4, 5, while the word Messiah is really Mas-Jah, or son of God. Kabbalism of the Pythagorean triangle, the word Jah is equivalent to 16, where the sum of 3, 4 equals 7, 4, 5 equals 9, 9 and 7. The two chief cosmic numbers derived from this triangle, 3, 4, 5 equaling 12. Hebrews took the ineffable name Yod He Vah He 3 times repeated and permuted the letters to Hod, Ye, Hod, Vah Vah He, blah blah. Reading that he that was, he that is, and he that will be, or is to come. Thus, paraphrasing the declaration of Horus in the Book of the Dead, I am yesterday, today, and tomorrow. The inscription over the shrine of Isis, I, Isis, am all that ever has been, now is, or ever will be. No mortal has ever lifted my veil. Yeah, Higgins always has really good books. The Ho High, blah, blah, blah. Cosmic Energy. Yeah, I'm not going to read all this. The Asar, Ash Ra, Solar Fire, Ash Ha. Okay, so what do we got here? Let's see the 46th problem of Euclid. I'm going to skip through this. Gematria. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah, blah. Yeah, so this is interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, so here's that one page. 3 times 3. The lilies. The 9. Here it is. It is well known that any number great or small multiplied by 9 will give a product of the sum of whose digits will exactly equal 9. This emergence of everything into 9 was likened to consumption by fire, which caused 9 to be termed the number of Vulcan, which latter name was derived from Tubal Cain, the Semitic spirit of fire, that which resolves all that it attacks into its original elements. So take 9 times 9, 81. 1 and 8 is 9. 9 times 5, 54. 5 and 4. Let's take 10 times 9. Well, I think it only works with the smaller numbers. 9 times 2, 27. 2 and 7 is 9. 9 times 3, or excuse me, 18 is 9 times 2, sorry. 2 times 3, 27. 9 times 4, 36. 10 times 6, 54. 5 and 4. 9 times 7, 63. 9 times 8, 72. 72 is 9. We get the idea. Oh. Number 7. The planets, the sun. The pi proportion of Genesis. This book is really interesting. Anything by Higgins or Hutchinson is really good books. Here you see the Elohim and the pi proportion. This is very complex stuff. These people were doing very complex things. This isn't some kind of, well, this wasn't some kind of stupidity or insanity. This was high mathematics, very impressive mathematics for being so old. Blah blah. Deity as the pi proportion. Living Elohim, the pi proportion endowed with the omnipotent self-exertion, the ordering of inchoate matter, in other words, the logos active in the cosmos. The pi proportion is something that is never absent in one form or another from every one of the world's primitive religions, and certainly enters deeply and radically into the philosophers that have given rise to what we these days call Masonry. Yeah, I know all about Henry Lincoln's work. I've discussed it quite a few times. I've even, I think I've shown the videos on here. Yeah, Masonry and the snowflake, triangle, the hexagon. I'm not going to get on all this, but Mohammedan copper coin of Morocco, the symbol of Solomon's seal, or symbol of God, or the balance of the fire and the water, symbolically. Yeah, so I'm not going to go through all these. You see the Maltese cross, the sun and the moon. So, Jonah, the original St. John. That's what the page said on the description. 2 fishes, Chinese and Peruvian. Where's that one depiction? There's a stele of showing pomegranates. It's also a stele of Astarte or Isis. Let's see here. Oops. Book of the Dead, The Widow's Son. It's definitely a really good book. Highly suggest getting it. what is this called? Higgins, the beginning of Masonry. Yeah, see there's, it's got Osiris, or excuse me, was that Kanzu? No, Hihu, an early Horus. There's a coin, Horus, the club, and the, you know, doing the thing. The cable toe. Ah, the cable toe. Numerous monuments of antiquity, blah blah, leading captives before conquerors, blah 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 blah. Okay, so I mean, I've read this whole book on here. I'm not gonna like. It's just such an interesting book. The angles. So yeah, you can't understand Freemasonry if you don't know geometry. I mean, that's basically what kind of boils down to. The signs. Well, so yeah, there's a lot going on in these books. Very interesting stuff. Yeah, so I've already went through this book quite a few times on this program. This Beginning of Masonry by Higgins, Higgins. The Limits of Growth by Book of Rome. Let's see, Steps to the Crown, Studies in Intelligence by Bill Colby. We got Star Lore of All Ages, Stained Glass of the Middle Ages, Rosicrucian Manifesto. Damn, I still can't find that one book. Paracelsus. Thomas Paine's Complete Works. Oh, that's a good book. Maybe I should bust out a little something from here. Bust out some Thomas Paine before I leave. Well, before I go to sleep. I'm not leaving. Let's see. What do we got here? Some Thomas Paine. Which we. Okay, so this looks like a good part. Wait, well. This is interesting. What is this talking about? Fucking, this is Thomas Paine, Age of Reason, page 200 and something. Let's see what he says, I guess. Let's just randomly read some of it. Make chaos. Joseph in Egypt. No, let me skip ahead here. Okay, well, I guess let's see what he has to say. Where does it start? He's talking about Jeremiah in the book, verse 16, 17, chapter 31, verse 15 through 17. Thus the Lord said to Rama, lamentation, bitter weeping, blah, blah. Refrain from the voice, blah, blah. Okay. Well, I'm not going to read this. This looks pretty boring. Okay, here we go. This, like the former, is introduced by a dream. Joseph dreamed another dream and dreameth of another angel. And Matthew is again the historian of the dream of the dreamer. If it were asked how Matthew could know that what Joseph dreamed, neither the bishop nor all the church could answer the question. Perhaps it was Matthew who dreamed and not Joseph. That is, Joseph dreamed by proxy, Matthew's brain. As they tell us, Daniel dreamed for Nebuchadnezzar. But be this as it may, I go on with my subject. I'm reading Thomas Paine, just an excerpt. The account of this dream in Matthew chapter 2, verse 19-23, quote, But when Herod was dead, behold, the angel of the Lord appeareth in his dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, Arise and take the young and his mother in the land of Israel, blah, blah. Is that when did he end the quote? Be warned of God in a dream and turned aside the parts of Galilee, blah, blah. Oh, that's all part of the giant quote. Here's a good circumstantial evidence that Matthew dreamed, for there is no such passage in all the Old Testament. I invite the bishop and all the priests of Christendom, including those of America, to produce it. I pass on the sixth passage called the Prophecy of Jesus. This, as Swift says, is on another occasion is lugged in head and shoulders. It needs only to be seen in order to be hooted as a forced and far-fetched piece of imposition. Matthew chapter 4, verse 12, quote, Now when Jesus had heard that John was cast into prison, he departed to Galilee, and leaving Nazareth, he come to dwell in Capernaum, which is upon the sea coast, the borders of Zebulun and Nephthalim, that it might be fulfilled, which is spoken by Isaiah and the prophet, saying, The land of Zebulun and land of Nephthalim by way of the sea, beyond Jordan, Galilee, and blah blah. Sat in the darkness, saw great light, and which sat in the region the shadow of death, light sprung up. End quote. I wonder if Matthew has not made the crisscross row or Christ cross now. I know not how the priest spells it into a prophecy. He might as well have done this as a cut out these unconnected and undescriptive sentences from the place they stand and dub them in the title. The words, however, in Isaiah, blah, blah, nevertheless, the dimness shall not be such as was in her vexation then at the first, and he lightly afflicted the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterwards did more grievously afflicted her by the sea beyond Jordan and Galilee and other nations. This too relates to circumstances that already happened at the time of these words by Isaiah were written. That's interesting. So, in this whole book, this Age of Reason, Thomas Paine is just pointing out all these things that none of the priests can explain. It's at nauseum. There's so much of it. What is this? It's talking about witches and wizards who peep about the matter. 19th verse. Okay, well, usually I can randomly pick a better quote than, I wonder if he complains about the 3 days, 3 nights thing. Let's see here. Robespierre. Oh, that's interesting. So what Robespierre, that's Illuminati. Or at least connected. Yes, the trial ended. Blah, blah. What is this talking about? Robespierre caused decree. Okay, I'm not sure what he's going on about, but that's interesting. He's mentioning Robespierre. I can't remember if Thomas Paine. Well, I think he wasn't a Mason. Rose Cross. Okay, so they suggest that Thomas Paine was connected to Rosicrucian communities. Paine is reported to have been a Rosicrucian group circle in Philadelphia, which served a hub of activities in the late 18th century. Well, they don't have any evidence. Documentations is mentioned in histories of esoteric groups are often tied to broader efforts. Yeah, so we'd have to like read it in his own words. I mean, if he was like flat out saying some secret Mason stuff, then definitely point out. I wonder if he discusses Solomon's Temple. 3 days. Oh, here we go. He does mention it. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Let's see what Thomas Paine has to say about this subject here. The frequent reference is made to the chief of, wow, I'm skip that here. Blah, blah, bites the heel, blah, blah. Okay, here goes. I say it has been made into a prophecy. Promise to begin with the lying imposition of Isaiah to Ahaz. The virgin shall conceive and bear a son as a sign that Ahaz shall conquer. When the event was that he was defeated, as already noticed in the observation of the book of Isaiah. Isaiah has been perverted and made to serve as a winder up. Okay, so here's where it begins. Jonah and the whale are also made into a sign or type. Jonah is Jesus. Odd, the whale is his grave. For it is said, and they have made Jesus to say it himself. Matthew chapter 7, verse 40. As Jonah was 3 days, 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days, 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Quote unquote. But it happens awkwardly enough that Christ, according to their own account, was but 1 day and 2 nights in the grave, about 36 hours instead of 72. That is Friday night, the Saturday, and Saturday night. For they say he was up on the Sunday morning by sunrise or before. But as this fits quite as well as the bite and the kick in Genesis, or the virgin and her son in Isaiah will pass in the lump of orthodox things. Thus much of the for the historical part of the Testament and its evidences. So he's straight up calling it out. Wait. Okay, let me just screenshot of this. Okay, so the epistles of Paul, blah blah, 14 number, fill up the remaining part of the Testament. Whether these epistles were written by the person to whom they were subscribed is a matter of no great importance, since the writer, whoever he was, attempts to prove his doctrine by argument. He does not pretend to have been witness to any of the scenes told, the resurrection and the ascension, and he declares that he had not believed them. I told you Paul was not the good guy in the Bible. The story of this being struck to the ground, the story of his being struck to the ground, and he was journeying to Damascus has nothing in it miraculous or extraordinary. He escaped with life, and that is more than many others have done, who have been struck with lightning, and that he should lose his sight for 3 days, in be unable to eat or drink during that time is nothing more than a common in such conditions. His companions that were with him appear not to have suffered in the same manner, for they were well enough to lead him and remember remainder of the journey. Neither did they pretend to have seen any vision. The character of the person called Paul, according to the accounts given of him, has in it a great deal of violence and fanaticism. He was he had persecuted with as much heat as he preached afterwards. The stroke he had received had changed his thinking, without altering his constitution, and either as a Jew or a Christian he was the same zealot. Such men are never good moral evidence as of any doctrine they preach. They are always in extremes actions as well of actions as belief. The doctrine he sets out to prove by argument is the resurrection of the same body. He advances this as an evidence of immortality, but so much will men differ in their manner of thinking and in their conclusions they draw from the same premises. Uh, the same premises. Where was that? Uh, that this doctrine of any resurrection seen by as far as being evidence of immortality appears to me to furnish an evidence against it. For if I already died in this body and am raised again in the same body in which I have lived, it is a presumptive evidence that I shall die again. That resurrection no more secures me against the repetition of dying than an ague fit when past secures me against another. To believe, therefore, in immortality, I must have a more elevated idea than is contained in the gloomy doctrine of the resurrection. That's interesting. That's Thomas Paine. And then he goes on to say, besides, it's a matter of choice as well as of hope. I'd rather have a better body and more convenient form than the present. Every animal in the creation excels us in something. The winged insects, without mentioning doves or eagles, pass over more space with greater ease in a few minutes. Blah, blah, blah. Fish and slugs. Man, blah, blah. So he's talking about being a spider. Thomas Paine wants to be Spider-Man. No. Uh, blah, blah, that there is nothing to induce us to wish the opinion of Paul to be true. It is too little for the magnitude of the scene to mean for the sublimity of the subject. Blah, blah. For all arguments apart, the consciousness of existence is the only conceivable idea that we can have of another life, and the continuance of the consciousness is immortality. The consciousness of existence, or the knowing that we exist, is not necessarily confined to the same form nor to the same matter, even in this life. We have not in all cases, the same form, nor in any cases the same matter that composed our bodies 20 or 30 years ago, and yet we are conscious of being the same person. Even legs and arms, which make up almost half the human frame, are not necessarily the consciousness of existence. These may be lost or taken away, and the full consciousness of existence remain. And were their place supplied by wings or appendages we cannot conceive that it would alter our consciousness or existence. In short, we know not much, or rather how little of our composition it is, and how exquisitely fine that little is that creates in the consciousness of existence, and all beyond that is the pulp of a peach, distinct and separate from the vegetative speck in the kernel. Who can say by what exceedingly fine action of fine matter it is that a thought is produced in what we call our mind? The mind, and yet that brought when produced as now produced, The thought I am writing is capable of becoming immortal. It is the only production of man that has that capacity. Statues in brass or marble will perish. The statues made in imitation of them are not the same statues, nor the same workmanship, any more than the copy of a picture is the same picture. But print and reprint a thought 1,000 times over, and that with materials of any kind, carven in wood or engraven in stone, the thought is eternally and identically the same thought in every case. Excuse me. It has a capacity of unimpaired existence, unaffected by change of matter, essentially distinct and of a nature different from anything else that we know or can conceive. If then the thing produced has in itself a capacity of being immortal, it is more than a token that the power that produced it, which is the self same thing as consciousness of existence, can be immortal also, and that the independently of the matter it was first connected with, as the thought is in the printing or writing it first appeared in. The one idea is not more difficult to believe than the other. We can see that one is true. The consciousness of existence is not dependent on the same form or same matter as demonstrated to our sense in the works of the creation, as far as our senses are capable of receiving that demonstration. Very numerous part of the animal creation preaches to us far better that Paul the belief of the life hereafter. Their little life resembles on earth and the heaven a present and future state, and comprises, if it may be so expressed, immortality in miniature. That's interesting. Blah blah. The former part of the age of reason I have called the creation. The only true and real word of God in this instance is this text in the book of creation not only shows to us that this thing may be so, but that it is so. And the belief of the future state is a rational belief founded upon facts invisible in the creation, for it is not more difficult to believe that we shall exist hereafter in a better state and form than at the present, than that of a worm should become a butterfly and quit the dunghill for the atmosphere. If we did not know this fact, as to the doubtful jargon ascribed to Paul in the 15th chapter of 1 Corinthians, which makes part of the burial service of some Christian sectaries, it is as destitute of meaning as to the tolling of a bell of a funeral. It explains nothing to the understanding. It illustrates nothing to the imagination, but leaves the reader to find meaning if he can. Quote, all flesh is not the same flesh. There is one flesh of men, another of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. End quote. And what then? Nothing. A cook can have said as much. Quote, there are also bodies celestial and bodies terrestrial, and glory of the celestial one, the glory of the terrestrial one is another. And end quote. And what then? Nothing. And what is the difference? Nothing that he has told, quote, there one glory of the sun and another glory of the moon, another glory of the stars, end quote. And then what? Nothing, except that he says one star differeth from another star in glory instead of distance, and he might as well have told us that the moon did not shine so bright as the sun. All this is nothing better than the jargon of a conjurer who picks up phrases he does not understand to confound the credulous people who have come to have their fortunes told. Priests and conjurers are the same trade. This is great. Sometimes Paul affects the naturalist to prove his system of resurrection from the principles of vegetation. Quote, thou fool, he says, that thou shalt sowest is not quickened except it die. End quote. To which one might reply in his own language and say, quote, "Thou fool, Paul, that which thou sowest is not quickened, except it die not. For the grain that dies in the ground never dies, nor can vegetate. It is only the living grains that produce the next crop." End quote. But the metaphor, in any point of view, is no simile. It is succession and not resurrection. The progress of an animal from one state of being to another, as a form of a worm to a butterfly, applies to the case, but this of a grain does not, and it shows Paul to have been what he says of others, a fool. Yeah, so Paul is a fool, remember. Whether the 14th epistle ascribed to Paul were written by him or not is a matter of indifference. They were either argumentative or dogmatical, and as the argument is defective and the dogmatical part is merely presumptive, it signifies not who wrote them, and the same may be said about the remaining parts of the Testament. It is not upon the epistles, but upon what is called the Gospel, contained in the four books ascribed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, upon the pretended prophecies that the theory of the church calling itself the Christian church is found. The epistles are dependent upon those, and must follow their fate. For if the story of Jesus is be fabulous, all reasoning founded upon it is supposed truth must fall with it. We know from history that one of the principal leaders of this church, Athanasius, lived at the time the New Testament was formed, and we know also from the absurd jargons he left us under the name of a creed, the character of the men who formed the New Testament, and we know also the same history. The authenticity of the books of which it is composed was denied at the time. It was upon the vote of such as Athanasius, Athanasius, the Testament was decreed to be the Word of God, and nothing can present it to us more strange idea than that of decreeing the Word of God by vote. Those who rest their faith upon such authority put man in the place of God and have no foundation for future happiness. Credulity, however, is not a crime, but it becomes criminal by resisting conviction. It is strangling in the womb of the conscience of the efforts it makes to ascertain truth. We should never force belief upon ourselves in anything. I here close the subject of the Old Testament and the New. The evidence I have produced to prove them forgeries is extracted from the books themselves. The acts like a two-edged sword either way. If the evidence be denied, the authenticity of the scriptures is denied with it. For it is scripture evidence, and if the evidence be admitted, the authenticity of the book is disproved. The contradictory impossibilities contained in the Old Testament and the New put them in a case of a man who swears for and against. Either evidence convicts him of perjury and equally destroys reputation. Should the Bible and New Testament hereafter fall, it is not that I have been the occasion. I have done no more than extracted the evidence from the confused mass of matter with which it is mixed, and arranged that evidence in a point of light to be clearly seen and easily comprehended. And having done this, I leave the reader to judge for himself as I have judged for myself. So this whole book, this is like quite a few pages in, 174 pages in on the Age of Reason. He's discussing anomalies of the Bible. Thomas Paine, one of the founding fathers of the United States. This is all relevant because people always go around saying, "Oh, it's the country was started on Christianity," and they've never read Thomas Paine. They don't know anything about America. America is full of real motherfuckers started this country. Let me skip this here. Blah, blah. Yeah, you're gonna have to just read it because it's interesting. And if you never, that was a good sample of Thomas Paine and his writings. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna read it. I'm going to sleep. All right, peace out. Good night. Like the video. Share it. Like the video again. Share it again. All right, peace. Good night. Listen to William Cooper.
How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning star?
But okay, that was not a good chaos clip here.
Would like to have the rebroadcasting for Charles Collins.
Yeah. All right, good night.
On the radio.